Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. Since we've no place to go, let it
Next
snow,
season.
let it
Let it
snow,
snow,
let it
let it
snow.
snow.
It doesn't
Yay!
show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Because it
Yay!
is snowing outside.
Oh, and
And-
by the way, I did not realize up until last time that I left my Ixis Nogos drawing as my Discord avatar since last April the 1st.
Oh, the things you learnt notice.
That's just the daftest thing you noticed, isn't it? The last second.
Yes, well, now I have replaced it with Dr. Terminus, which is more appropriate.
Ixis Nagus does look kind of like you if you were a bug.
Jeez, that is not the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Definitely not.
Sounds really harsh.
That's a bit harsh,
Well,
Matti.
if you were a bug,
Besides, he has more of your haircut.
you look much better as a human.
Oh, gee, thanks. That is definitely on the top 5 most nicest things that anybody has ever said to me. I look better as a human. Great to know. I'm going to write this down in my diary. Dear diary, today Matti said I look almost human.
Yeah.
That is good. It means your disguise is working.
So totally Darius in my avatar picture is totally me. Long blonde hair, looking like as if he's dapper in a suit, king of demons with a cool mask.
Devar, who do you think you're fooling? You look dapper in a suit. Everybody knows that.
I mean, considering that we just figured out that your fiancé is Shang Tsung, it might work.
Wait, no, that's
Wait,
not
what?
right.
What
No,
was that?
you completely misunderstood the situation.
Alright guys, I'll be right back and go sort something out.
Oh, come on.
Oh dear.
Many printers are going about again.
The printer, huh?
Yes.
Is it the 3D one you're talking about?
Yep. It keeps complaining there's no filament, but I can clearly see there's filament in the system.
Right.
Yeah, that's annoying when your printer keeps whining about it, that something is missing when you can clearly see that it is there.
Yes.
No, you don't need an extra paper. There is already paper in you. Just take it in. Do your fucking job.
I'll be
this
right back.
case-
You just do your little intro
Intro.
thing. I'll be right back.
That
Okie
sounds
dokie.
like a catchy song. There's paper in you. There's
Oh,
paper in me.
In this case, the paper is a piece of material for 3D printing for Demon
There's
Oscar's
filament in you and filament in me.
Let's print them both in harmony.
Inking,
turned a
inking,
musical.
inking, inking.
There is no cyan. There is no cyan.
And you are not planning to edit this in any way, right?
Nope.
Okay. So I think we've had enough of that part of the.
No. You're mistaken, my good friend. We definitely did not have enough of that.
Whatever that was.
Yes, whatever it was.
Let's
So-
go to...
This ink is wet. It is no more.
So yeah, welcome to the second session of Call of Cthulhu: Last Salvation.
Is it lost or last? I'm confused.
I was going to ask about that.
Did I say lost or last?
You said last just now. but
No,
because
okay,
of
you
the
establish
title
it as last salvation at the beginning of the previous session, but at the end of the previous session you said lost salvation because you felt you were being clever or some nonsense like that.
This is why proper annunciation is important.
I know, but I basically was being clever last time, so...
Do you have any idea how confusing that can be if I get to
Well-
title videos?
I suppose both are thematically correct.
Yes.
It's just the difference between an A or an
Yes, so it depends on what you guys want to call it. Do you want to think it's your salvation, or do you want to see it as a lost cause?
Devar, if you keep up with this nonsense, I'm going to just call it least salvation.
Go ahead, make my day on that
Lest there be salvation.
How about
one.
less salvation?
It's some oldie English.
Oh, last salvation, as in L-U-S-T.
Oh no!
Last salvation.
I think there's a video game of that name.
No, there probably
no.
is, but I don't
Probably.
want to know. Right then, so...
There was
So yeah, here I am. I am your GM for the evening. Basically, the overlord or whatever you want to call it in the Call of Cthulhu setting.
But Dantan is usually the big skeleton guy in a cape.
Why am I being, exposed like that?
I mean, it's true, but he shouldn't be saying that.
And our players for tonight consist of Madhog Vimaster as Astolfo Rigoletti.
I am Stolfo, the greatest. You will love me, you will hate me, you will talk all about me. Yes.
Then we have Icy Pal, who is playing as Alexei.
Alexei Kirillov, a Russian farmer who just wishes to spend his last days in peace.
Hey, you and Roman have something in common then. The fisherman, I should clarify, just in case anyone's forgot.
No, I remember Roman, which is weird because I usually don't remember anybody.
Next we have Mati Mali as Rusalka.
I'm a teacher. Don't
Also-
speak in class.
Also known as a very rude heckler.
Then we have... What are you about to say,
He
Mati?
seemed like a capitalist.
Okay, but it is very rude to interrupt somebody as they are performing a musical performance. Is this the kind of example you're going to set up to your children, Miss Teacher? For shame. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But no, seriously, don't interrupt a musical number ever again. Please. I'm begging you to respect the player, not the character played by the player.
Yeah, well, anyway, so next up is Danton Stormkeeper as Viltold.
Yes, Vitold Shavoni Vilk. And I'm trying to get away from civilization because, reasons.
Ah, Viltoldo, my boy. Adventure awaits.
And lastly, if hopefully Demonox is back, because I don't think his 3D printer was in any abyss. Demonox, who is playing as Agromny.
No, you have to say his entire name, start to finish.
I let me see if I have it, because I might not have... Let's see, have I kept it?
I did.
Everyone else did, but the GM.
Oh, yes, I did. It's just that, I only took the time to remember the first name, because there was too much to remember. So
Yes,
yeah.
I'm Demonox, and my character is a very gentle giant.
Ogromny Zemleroyni...
Leroy
Automobile.
Jenkins?
Ogromny zemleronoi automobil.
Ogromny Zemleronini Mr. Automobile.
It's much easier for us with our language. We say things as they are written.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Right, I didn't expect Demonox to be this long from his thing, so hopefully everything's okay on his end.
I might actually do some editing in this first 10 minutes.
Smash cut to epic battle of Demonox facing against his 3D printer.
No. You just have to use the power of imagination.
We're gonna go crazy before Demonox gets back, aren't we?
I guess
Oh,
we were trapped in a
Deva.
Cthulhu campaign all along and we didn't even realize it.
Oh, Devar, your poor innocent summer child. Everyone here is mad already.
And some of us are mad hogs.
Badum-pee.
I research mad for a well, not for a living, but for a hobby. So that's a thing. As in, I research the minds of villains and crazy people.
Oh,
And-
this is
and
a good
society.
time to bring up that Matti has an excellent flowy laughter.
Yeah. You're gonna hear it someday.
Oh yes. Oh yes, I should probably do a bit of addendums from last session. One thing I kind of screwed up on last session was Bogdan's surname, the mayor of the city, or elder, or whatever you want to call him, or the sołtys, as he's called in Polish. I called him Snowpeck when it should be more snot, as in you're trying to say snot, not snow. So Snotpeck.
Snowpeck.
Yeah.
With my accent, it really wouldn't not matter.
No back.
Yeah. Also, I made a slight boo boo on the creature's name last time that we left off on. So basically, it's supposed to be a Vodyanoi, not a Vodiyanoi.
I thought
But-
it sounded a bit off.
Yes. Well, the thing is, the reason I thought I pronounced it like that is because when you're asking for water, it's called, you basically go Vodi. So that's kind of why I kind of thought that's why it would be pronounced that way, not in the way that I was told it would be pronounced. But here's the extra level of really bad research on my part. I was giving a different, basically it's not the right name in the Polish region. It's from a different region, the Vodyanoi. So it's the same creature, just differently named. So basically, the Polish version is a Wodnik.
Oh, a Vodnik. That's much easier to remember, actually.
Yeah. So with that said, that's actually the proper name for the creature
Okay,
in the
so
Polish region.
let's do a bit of cleaning. Retroactive continuity there. Let's
I mean,
pretend
this
we called it Vodnik last time.
I mean, this
What
doesn't
do
really
you-
change anything. What happened?
What do you mean remembering, Madhog? Don't you write everything in notes?
This concept is alien to me.
He does not take notes apparently.
Listen, the way I'm recording all of this, I do not have the freedom to do much of anything, really.
Oh.
I've explained this off stream, or off recording, as it were. But basically,
about
when I
pen and
record
paper?
this podcast, I set up the recording window in a manner that it includes all the Discord avatars as we talk, which I think makes visually for something more appealing for when it becomes a video. Otherwise, it would just be a still image for approximately 4 hours, or however long this session will be. In order to have that done perfectly, I cannot move the Discord app, the window of the Discord app. I cannot move all the other windows I have opened. They occupy a very specific place on my computer screen, and that's where they will be until the end of time. Okay?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
good to know.
So
So-
what you need is pen and paper.
Well, I don't have those, and I wouldn't be just scribbling down notes for approximately 4 hours. What do you think this is? University? No, thank you.
I mean, only things in my notes are the character names and what are their occupations.
Let me think now. What should we distract ourselves with as Demonox is taking his time, apparently.
A NATO smash cut to the ensuing battle. It is very epic and very off-screen.
Bum 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 bum.
Usually when I do videos on these tabletop games, I basically try to find images that would be approximately what I would imagine it to look like, the areas and such, and just basically use that as a, kind of visual sort of deal.
Whenever I listen one of the few of close to a dozen tabletop RPG games that I follow, it usually, if there are visuals, they don't usually matter, since most of the time I listen to them either from my phone when I'm driving somewhere, exercising, cooking or something like that, or I'm doing something else on my PC while listening.
Yes, me too.
So it's like a podcast, essentially, then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is a podcast by any other word, by any other means. It's not a polished podcast or a well-edited one. It's merely a stream of consciousness that goes about 3 to 4 hours. It would be too massive an undertaking to edit, and I am not doing that for free, obviously.
Yeah.
So
No.
it's just going to be this, as off the cuff and unpolished as it is. But at the very least, I'm going to have my nice little visual aesthetic cue with the talking Discord heads. That's all I want for this.
That's all you want from life.
Well, no, I want much more from life, but for this particular session, for this particular campaign that we do once a year, I want, at the very least, this particular kind of aesthetic. I think it's simple yet relatable.
I hope Demonox has not been beaten by the 3D printer in any way. Because he's been gone a while.
Yeah, I guess we can wait for until 10 more minutes and then start without whenever he's present or not.
I mean,
Right.
well, I don't know how long this session is going to be, so at some point we will have to begin, whether Demonox is ready or not. Some of us are on a slightly different timetable than you are, you British people.
Yeah, I know, but still, even we would like to, end it in good time.
Yes,
essentially.
but you see, if this session were to end at, I don't know, 4 in the morning your time, that would
It'd be
be
5
fine.
at your end. I
And it
know.
would be 6 a.m. on the side of the Finnish boys over there.
I think
so-
isn't it 7 when we end at 4?
No, it's 6. So you are GMT 0. Me and Matti are GMT +2.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay, then.
We're having a
And
lovely
Madhog-
discussion about time zones now.
And Madhog is the patty of this European time zone bread sandwich.
Jeez. Wow, why do I always have to end up in the middle of something with you guys?
I have no idea.
I mean, Poland's the same. It's like an hour ahead of UK time, so.
Well,
yeah.
we don't have Polish players in this Polish campaign, ironically enough.
Yeah, I know, right?
Then last year with no Irish people in the Irish campaign.
We have, at the very least, to be consistent about
Yeah.
our lack of everything, I would say.
Well, we don't really need to be from the specific country. That's what role-playing is. We can try all kind of different things.
Okay, well, Matti, I wouldn't want to even try to be, say, a person living in Rwanda. I don't think I would have any right to even approach that.
I mean, I'm playing as a black woman in the Persona M tabletop game, so
Just think of them as fellow human beings. You can do a human being, right?
Sure I can. Shifty eyes. Shifty
You do look best as a human.
Jeez, that comment.
Man, I hope Beambox hasn't been murdered by his printer.
yeah, I mentioned that earlier. So,
We're just going to have to catch him up once he comes back.
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully. Okay, so maybe I should stop.
DM, take the wheel.
Okay.
Previously in the Lost Salvation.
Yes, previously in Lost or Last Salvation, whatever you want to call this thing.
You should know.
I'm calling it everything under the sun. Salvation.
Call of Cthulhu, everything under the sun salvation.
The players got introduced to a long, boring intro of introducing every NPC in the village because it made the most natural sense in the world.
Hey, you've finally woken up.
Hey, you gotta deal with the info dump as fast as you can.
And then... Oh, Demonox, you're back.
We just started.
We were just about...
Did you finally defeat a 3D printer? Was it an epic battle?
No, I ended up having to cancel the project.
Oh, that sucks.
I don't know what's going on. I swapped parts over, but it wouldn't. Just refused to accept there was any filament there.
Right. Okay, so back to the previously on the last session.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm having an issue with the recorder. Stop.
Oh no.
Let's stop for a second.
Anyway, so
Okay, and we're back. A dinosaur story.
anyway, so back to the last time on this on last session.
Jeez, Tavar. Do you want to start?
Yes. What, you want me to restart actually?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank gosh. Please don't ask me that. Anyway, so after introducing all the NPCs, basically everyone got settled in, they had a nice dinner, they had a lovely nightmare that involved strange shadow creatures that were turning demonic, and then they found themselves with marks in the morning of a strange entity of some description, and then a child almost died, but didn't!
Yay!
We did something good.
So, now we return to the
Yes,
point we ended
all of
on
us
last.
together. Each and every one of us did something last time. Totally together and united in friendship.
We return to the point we ended last session where Marisha, the Tempax family youngest daughter, was about to drown from a vodnik.
Yes, that's how it's named. Vodnik.
But
Yes.
thanks to the player's intervention, she was
All of
saved.
the players! Equally.
She was saved, and the kids are totally not scarred for life at all.
They'll grow out of it eventually.
They'll just be
just-
afraid of the water for the rest of their lives. That's
It
all.
It was just one time drowning.
Come on.
Don't worry, Freud just invented therapy.
I think we are at the time of Jung by this point, or is it too early for Jung, actually? I have to check that out later.
Only to find out afterwards that the woodcutter man, Philippe, is now dead.
No,
Oh no! Oh no! Anyway,
It was clearly the big bad wolf.
Oh. Better him than a child.
right now, Zofia is holding on to her daughter tightly, a mixture of relief and upset at the situation, while Bogdan, the Sotis of the village, is having a crisis.
It's a little one.
This cannot be happening. This cannot be happening. This cannot be happening.
Who was the one who came to tell us that Philip is dead?
Damien, the blacksmith. Then Yannick finally arrives, hobbling over with his walking stick in hand. What's going on here?
We wait for a player character, or someone, is it the NPC gonna talk?
Yeah, I don't know, up to you. I'm just leaving it open just in case any of you wanted to say anything.
I'm currently stretching out from having to swim with the kid.
Go on.
So yeah, I'm still soaking wet.
Alexei is pretty much just shaking the water off him, and as he's pulling back his shirt, you can see that he's wearing a locket around his neck. And seeing that Janek is coming, he's turning to him. Janek, take your family and take them home. There has been an incident.
Incident? What kind of incident? He just looks a bit, confused.
Philip is dead.
He kind of has this stunned look on him, like, not Philip.
Everybody
Not
loves Philip. Everybody loves him.
Not Philip.
Oh no! Anyway,
So Yannick goes like, "Oh, the poor boys. They're gonna."
Say,
And then he notices his wife, and he goes like, "What's wrong?" And Sophia goes like, and Sophia's like, "Our daughter was almost drowned." Drowned?
this is my worried face.
Drowned? By what? And you see that, I don't know, it was strange, it was weird, and it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. And then Sophia kind of has this, like an epiphany, and goes like, "It's the Russians, isn't it?"
What?
She,
Yeah, that's all just will sound like. What?
she then comes up to, she looks to Alexei and Ogromny, and basically looks desperate to you two, going like, "You two know something about this, don't you?"
Alexei looks at Ogromny.
Agromny looks down at Alexei, it's like, and just shrugs like, I do not know what you are talking about. It's a strange creature.
Vitalt basically opens his mouth, but then decides not to do anything.
And just
Yeah,
for
very-
the record,
Goldfish moment.
just for the record, the reason why you're not hearing Astolfos boasting and telling tale is because he's currently visiting his mind palace like a proper cunt.
Okay, Jaffe Towson.
Sherlock is garbage.
Yes,
Anyway.
it is.
So anyway, Sophia's like, goes like, "Oh, come on, you two came from Russia, so surely you must know something like a weapon, armor, I don't know, like,
Well,
new soldiers."
Ogrin just like
Where did
shakes his
you-
head like, no. There's no way that it's Russian.
Where did you even come to that conclusion?
Yeah, come on, it's the only thing that makes sense. What kind of creature comes from the water to drown children?
Hey, can I make
Psychopath.
a roll to see if I know this creature?
What did you do last time?
You already did last session.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we know what it is.
You do know what it is.
Okay, well, in that case, can I come out of my mind palace? Just tell her.
Let me think. I remember saying two specific people.
Ian, that would be Denton's character and
Me.
I knew Ruzenka got a 3, I think.
Yeah, Ruzenka got a 3 because she heard it from children's songs and tales or whatever.
I think Madhog just knows the name of it and not any greater detail.
He knows what it's called, but not the details of what the thing is.
Right, that was it. Thanks for reminding me. So you do know the name of it, at least, Madhog.
Well, I can come out and say, it was a vodnik, a creature of mystery and horror.
Sophia kind of looks incredulous at you, like... No, it has to... No, it has to be the Russians. That's the only thing that makes any sense. And Yannick goes like, oh, come on, sweetheart, let's be reasonable here. Sophia looks at Yannick and goes like, our little girl could have died and you're telling me to be reasonable?
This woman is clearly hysterical. Give her space.
Yannick appears taken aback by her reaction, but then has a look of regret upon his face, like he shouldn't have said that. Instead, you hear, it appears to me that this is the work of no human, of any nationality. And the person who spoke was Yagoda.
You gotta know her!
Yes, wise woman.
Bogdan looks at her and goes like, what do you mean, Miss Cotwell? And she goes like, it is as I say. This situation is not driven by the force of anyone you know, or rather, think you know.
You think you know me?
At this moment, something odd happens. The snow suddenly melts, and you can feel it gradually warming up for no reason whatsoever. It's as if summer has suddenly rolled around.
Oh, crap.
What?
Oh, Danton knows.
I don't know.
Ogrim just puts his hand up. This is not Russian. No Russia.
What is happening here?
Sophia looks freaked by this at this point and turns to her husband, Marisha still in her arms, and says, that's it, we're leaving, Yannick. I don't want us staying here a moment longer. And Bogdan goes like, no, please, let's discuss this. This may as well be a one in a million chance incident. That will not happen again, most likely. And Sophia goes like, I'm not going to take that chance. Thank you for having us, Bogdan. And good day. And she starts to head back over to the bridge, probably to get prepared to leave.
In fairness, that's the smartest thing anyone could do.
That's a smart thing to do.
But unfortunately, we are not smart.
At this point, Yannick takes Kuba, his son, gently by his hand and goes like, come on, boy. Let's go.
Boy.
And he hobbles, walks back, following Sophia.
Take care of your family, Yannick.
And Yannick basically goes like, yeah, you take care as well, Alexei. Sorry about this.
No need to apologize.
Is this a common thing in this village?
You see,
Logan gives you a look at that, it's like...
You see Bogdan kind of look a bit, I mean, we've only had at least one missing person, but no one died here. Or even got attempted to be killed here, so I have no idea what's going on. And then he's like, could this day get any worse?
Well, I guess I'm no longer atheist.
And then you suddenly see Agatha come in on the scene, going looking disheveled as she pants. Sotis, the watermill, it's been damaged. At this point, Bogdan lets that sink in and says, great. No mill means we have no means to make flour. No flour means no bread. No woodcutter means no wood for firewood and other things we need built and fixed. We are in the process of losing one of our two farmers, which means less crops and less food and ingredients.
Hey, it's not the end of the world. If you can't have bread, just eat cake instead.
We can't make cake without flour! Bogdan shouts.
I was trying to de-escalate the situation with a bit of dark humor. Clearly, it didn't work.
Yeah, you kind of see he's breathing quite heavily at this moment, which basically brings Damien in to go like, hey, and put his hand on his shoulder. Bogdan, stay calm. We can figure our way out to pick up the slack. Also, someone else may come to take Philippe's and Yannick's place. Also, remember, we have a good supply of wood to last us, if we can use it wisely. And Alexei is a hard worker. I'm sure losing just one farmer with a war injury is not going to impact farming productivity that much.
Damian is right. Bogdan, Snowback, we can rebuild from this. So it would be best for us to get into it. As soon as
a person
possible.
just died. Your priorities are... Well, I get it, but... this is a lot to take in.
Indeed, it is.
So,
After all, the Vodnik is known to attack mills.
so
What it was?
Astolfo gets out of his on and off stupor, and then he says, "If anybody needs me, I'll be in my carriage." And he dramatically makes to leave by flowing his cape, like a count would do, and takes
Ogren's going
exit
to
stage left. But
Yeah.
Ogren's going to head back to his cabin to change into dry clothes.
Yeah, Vitalt basically just turns and goes like, "Where's the body?"
Yes, it would be best if we thought would go and take a look at that. I'll go get my tools and see what I can do about the watermill.
Yeah, Ogren goes, Vital, I will go with you. Just give me a moment to changed.
Yeah,
Okay, I need to go back to my cabin anyway. I'll meet you outside.
I'm going
yeah.
to grab my pickaxe.
So at this moment, before anyone leaves, basically Damien goes like, the body will be moved. It needs to be put in a better place than just left to the wilderness. But first, as for you, Sotis, let's take you home. You should get your mind off these things for now. And he said, and Bogdan goes like, of course. And then he says, if any of you need me, just come in and let me know if you find out anything, or if you want to ask anything.
Damian, where was the body found? Just for...
He kind of points to, let's just think how to say this based on he basically points to the forested area just beyond the Deska family home. And he goes like, it was found somewhere over there. We will, like I said, we will be moving the body, so then it'll be kept in a better care than out there.
Well, we thought you should probably search that area as well.
I was going to do that, but thank you for the help.
At this point, Damien then begins to take Bogdan back to his place, and everyone else disperses as well, going back to doing whatever they're going to be doing essentially for the day.
Alexei will go to his cottage and get his stuff and head to the watermill.
By the way,
Before Alexei leaves, Rusalka says to him, did you notice anything odd about what Yannick said? When he heard that his child almost drowned, he asked that who tried to drown her. I mean, he first assumed that someone tried to drown her instead of her just being fell on the water or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
That could be a mistake by the DM, or could it be intentional?
Yeah, I just assumed Sophia said basically someone tried drowning our daughter or something.
I thought sworn I said that, honestly.
Okay, there you go. It's a mistake by somebody.
Okay, it was nothing.
But I understand, Matty, because even I was like, Yannick seems like calm for basically his daughter nearly drowning.
My daughter nearly drowns all the time.
Yes, I thought it was weird as well, but maybe it's just the Vars acting the problem here. It's throwing us off.
Oh great, now I've made the entire village paranoid and they're going to lynch Yannick.
Roll sanity!
Yeah, Devar, stop being so zen.
Said.
But yeah,
Okay, I guess I'll we kind of rewind.
Nah, it's alright. No, it's okay. I actually,
rewind.
I think in retrospect, it is kind of odd for Yannick to be. He did show concern. He did show concern, but he did show concern. But I more considered it old-fashioned tough man concern. You know,
He
like
sounded so blasé about the whole ordeal. Oh, our daughter almost drowned. Well, that's concerning. Anyway, how was your day otherwise?
A bit of a clarification question. When everyone is talking, are we talking in Polish to each other?
I think
Yes.
I think it's implied.
it's implied everyone's talking in Polish because.
Just checking because not everyone is playing a Polish character.
No.
No, but everyone
I'm
did. But everyone did tell me beforehand, you know, that they have a family member or somebody or an experience of knowing Polish at least of some description. So there is that.
Yeah.
So everyone fell back on that.
Okay, just checking.
Okie dokie. So, by the way, Alexei, before you leave, Yagoda is the only one who did not leave as you walk past her. She just says casually, "Creatures of the forest are very interesting, are they not? Some can be very vicious and unforgiving to those that get in the way of their prey. That one tends to prefer drowning its victims, since they lack any means to kill otherwise. Forgive me, just musing to myself, but wouldn't you say it's fascinating? Makes you wonder what else will show itself in this place."
Gee,
I think-
thanks for the epic foreshadowing, lady.
I think, Miss Kotwo, that we are going to need a bigger fishing net.
We're going to need a bigger boat, too.
I mean, if Alexei wasn't well, with the current development of the situation, busy with other things, he'd be thinking about how to make a big fishing net to catch that thing from the river. But right now, that is not a priority.
yeah.
I would like to try a bit of vodnik stew. That sounds delicious.
And corruptive. Mm.
Would it be considered cannibalism?
It is not a human, so
Well,
no.
it can look like a human, more like an old man with that white beard that comes out of the
Yeah.
water.
Well, some stories basically do say that the Vodnik is a human that was cursed by the gods.
Okay,
I
listen,
mean,
Evil human.
since they used such an image for the previous video, in my head, that's canon.
So,
Okay.
so yeah, a bit of. Okay, so during all this, as you know, everyone basically tries to return to business as as usual, because as much as you can, while also working around the fact that someone died, as well as being involved in this in some way. As all you at this point, you're all free to go about doing whatever you need to do or want to, or you feel you want to do. The first thing I'll mention a few things. It doesn't take long for you all to hear that Philippe's body has been moved to the church, so then no one can stumble upon it in the forest.
Okay.
Bogdan is currently holed up at his home, but his sign does say all are welcome to visit. Father Ignacu's church is always open as well, and it appears Agata is the only one in the kitchen preparing for cooking for today's dinner.
Have we seen a bull Jenner during the entire day?
Bolgena was there in the crowd. It's just that no one. It's just he had nothing to say.
Just checking.
Yeah. Well, Vitalt, as I said before, I was going to go home and retrieve some things.
Go do that.
Ogre got changed with his pickaxe.
Yeah, Ogromny was going with Witold. Astolfo is in his carriage.
Yes.
Alexei is going visiting his home to get his stuff and then heading to the watermill. Where is Rusenka going?
I guess Rusenka goes to Mick Bogdan.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Let's split up, gang, and search for clues.
Are we the Scooby Gang now?
I mean, I think this was implied last time. Wait a minute, who amongst us is Scooby-Doo? We told? Is that you?
Wait, I've got Mavka with me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're Shaggy!
Oh my god, I'm Shaggy!
So does that make me Fred?
Wait, hold on. We have too many characters to be the Scooby Gang.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hold on. Wait, I know.
Scrappy.
Oh god, who's Scrappy?
Isn't that obvious, Madhog?
No, it cannot be me. Come on. Give me a break. Give me some credit.
But you are the one who's doing nothing.
Okay,
That is silly.
first of all, Scrappy-Doo has head puppy power. We all know that.
So who are we going with first of all? Since
I was gonna ask Madhog if he's gonna do anything after he's done in his carriage, like if he's gonna go anywhere.
I'm going to do something in my carriage, and then I'm going to go about my business of interaction.
Okay.
If he wants to keep it a secret, he can just DM it to you.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. If he's doing something secret in his carriage, that will be done.
You don't need to be a secret. Basically, what I want to do in my carriage, I want to do a bit of research based on what I learned today about the Vodnik. I should have some books to help me on that regard.
Yes, I believe you should do. We can do that real quickly with you then right now. So let's see what would be good for this because you're looking through knowledge and all that.
Mm-hmm. Education.
Would it be education if he's looking through books, Danton?
I guess
Yes.
in order to look into books, I would have to have the ability to read. So I would assume education is important.
Okay, it's just that the complicated thing I find with the wording of Call of Cthulhu rules is education is recalling knowledge, while intelligence is trying to put that knowledge into practice that you have and solving stuff.
Okay, so how about this then? I've read all of these books already, but I'm trying to recall a specific knowledge that's contained in these books.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. You're trying to figure out which book you've read it before, right?
Yes, and if indeed I have the right book for this.
Okay. Education.
He has an entire Disney musical number while doing his research. Are you ready? Are you ready?
No one reads like Astolfo. I need some work. Okay,
so education then.
D100?
D100.
42.
Okay. So you're trying to research the Vodnik, are you?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So you basically find in one of the folklore books you own, like an encyclopedia knowledge of said things in the Slavic region, and you find the very creature you're looking for, black-scaled, fish-like, very large, looks like a frog in face, beard. Literally everything seems to match up to what you believe to be the creature, the Vodnik.
Any particular habits about this creature of note?
They are known to drown children and people that get near the rivers mostly. And if they feel like as if humans have decided to impede on their territory, they will destroy watermills and anything close to the rivers.
Well, that checks out.
You would also find out that basically one specific piece of knowledge is that in some areas which Danton has mentioned, basically some people can be cursed to become vodniks, so they were human to begin with.
Oh.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I have an idea, but I cannot say it because I do not have it in character.
Okay. So I'm going to put away my book, and so admittedly, I moved into my carriage slightly before it was announced that the body would be carried into the church. But considering I live in the church, in fact, for geographical convenience, my carriage is placed directly south of the building. If you look at the map, that's ideally where the carriage would be.
Which is, funny enough, the same place I actually thought it would be.
Yeah, it's a pretty common place, convenient. So I might just see the body being carried into the church as I exit the carriage at that moment.
You actually do then at this point, because, you know, since it's just a quick read-up, essentially. So essentially you see, let's see, actually I need to check something real quick, because, let me see something here. Because I know Damien will be one of them, at least. But we need but I think let's see. Let's see,
So, did the body move on its own, Devar?
No, it did not. Okay.
It had friends on the other side.
So Damien and Cox are carrying the body.
Damien's Cox are moving the body.
I heard too.
Oh no! Right.
So basically, you see them moving the body, but you can only assume it's the body because essentially they got it covered with a piece of cloth and they're carrying it with some sort of. They basically taken it with It looked like it came from a table. What they're using to basically carry the body.
As I watched the body being carried into the building, I struck my beard slowly and twirled my mustache. It's not ominous at all.
Definitely ominous.
As light slowly fades, leaving only your gleaming eyes visible.
That's a bit too much even for me.
Yeah,
it's too early for that, at least.
Because you're close by to the churches where you also overhear slightly Inaku basically going like, yes, please bring it to the back.
The back, he says.
Yeah, and so basically you hear a bit of rummaging and a closing of a door.
I make note of that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to visit Yagoda.
Okie dokie. I'll come back to you then, once because I feel like I should get to another player. So, anyway, we'll come back to you with Yagoda. Anyway, Mati, you said you were seeing Bogdan, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. You're in front of his door. You two, at this point, see a bit further away is the body getting moved and going into the church.
Yeah.
So
I suppose I can knock on the Bogdan's door.
you do that, and Bogdan's voice goes like, still shaky, going like, "Come in."
Yeah, I go in.
Rusalka, I'm so sorry about everything. I didn't know such a situation would happen.
I suppose no one did.
It's just crazy. So
Yeah.
so anyway, as you're talking, you see his room, compared to most of the cabins in the area, seems more decorated than most. He has a bed which is the same as everybody else's, but he seems to have some knickknacks of statuettes and other things, and a mirror that seems to be hanging on the wall behind his desk. The mirror looks kind of odd, though. You can look at it if you want, with perception if you want to see what strikes you as odd.
I'll throw perception.
Just D100, so I'll...
38.
Okay. So you do notice that there is one detail that's a bit odd about the mirror, and it looks like as if it has a... It looks smooth, like it's oval, until it gets to one... It like suddenly gets a straight edge and a slight like zigzag pattern at some points in the mirror.
Okay.
That's kind of strikes you as odd as a detail of the mirror behind him. Well, behind his desk, I should say. Anyway, so Bogdan goes like, and here I thought things were going to be looking up for good old Bogdan.
Have you encountered anything like this before?
No, it's just like I said. Before any of you came, when we had a much smaller community, we only had one missing person. Everything else, no one had anything like this happen to them.
Yeah, when I was walking towards here, I was debating myself about my role in this community, and considering that the Tempak family seems to be do the smart thing and just leave the place, and that would also take my job because the 2 children would live with them. But now that I'm actually sitting here, I just came to the conclusion maybe I would also try to solve this little mystery, whatever it is. Or
You want to stay here and find out what's going on here?
I mean, yeah, when I thought about it, then what do I do in the outside? I came here to teach, but
You see that he looks very, like he shakes both of your hands in his and goes like, I'm very grateful. Please, be careful. I don't want you to end up like Philippe.
I have seen stuff in the war. I can handle myself pretty well.
You were in the war? Oh my. That's I mean, that explains your build, at least.
Yeah. But I suppose I should ask who was this missing person you mentioned?
It was our previous hunter before Vitold came. His name was Piotr Mishak.
I say that is most curious.
Just in case, put it in the chat, please.
Okay.
So what did you say that he was previously?
He was a hunter.
Oh yeah, hunter. Okay.
He was quite good at his job too. He was very friendly.
That's Mishak, not yours.
Hey.
Well, Devara laughed, so I consider this a win.
Yeah.
I like to.
So
I chuckled.
yeah. Anyway, so he goes like, he was good at his job. He was really friendly with everybody, and just one day he just vanished, never came home, and we all wondered what happened to him.
What happened?
we all tried looking for him, but we couldn't find any sight of him anywhere.
So the current hunter Witold, did he come then? Was he already in the village, or did he come later?
He came later, so there was really no need to bring up Piotr for any reason.
So just to clarify, me and Dantan, we don't know about Piotr.
No, you have never heard about Piotr before.
Were we aware that there had been a missing person case previously?
No, it was never brought up to you at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's like very conveniently mentioned. Our last hunter went poof.
Yeah.
So
Just
you-
say basically that the other hunter is still active.
So yes, we kind of just assumed that maybe he just decided to up and leave, for whatever reason. But a part of me wishes that's the case anyway.
By the way, did Rusalka, when I made the throw last time to identify Vodnik, did she recall the detail that some of them may have been human at one point?
Yes, I will say yes for free, yes.
Okay, this is a bit of an crazy thought, though. There has been happening a lot of crazy stuff, but I've heard from children's lore and stuff that there's the creature that attacked from the water called the Vodnik, that they used to be, some of them at least, according to the legend, used to be humans.
Human?
Would it be possible that it would be the Piotr?
No, it could not be. He just shakes his head like he just can't, fathom it. They fought. Because, I cannot imagine such a thing happening. Those sort of things only happens in fairy tales and fantasy novels. I would
Like
never.
snow suddenly melting? Yeah, I have a feeling that our perception reality is not what it seemed.
We are in
no.
a fairy tale.
You best start believing in them.
Get used to it. We are not living in a society anymore.
So, but yeah, I suppose that it wouldn't make sense if you say that Piotr was never aggressive or had any grudge towards anyone.
No, he did not. He was friendly. He even played with the children.
Yeah.
Cough.
Yeah, though I don't know, do Vodniks, even if they were previously human, even retain their old personality, but I suppose so you didn't find any traces of Piotr or where he was seen last time?
No, we just know that all we just know was he went out hunting like he would usually do, but then he never came back to Bergena, and with the supplies for meat and that he would usually bring, and then we all got worried and tried looking for him, but couldn't find anything. Not his clothes, not his weapons. It's just like he vanished in thin air.
Can you just say that Bergena was
Yes.
related somehow?
No, she just that
You're thinking me to her.
that he was-
Right.
So anyway,
I suppose that's the best lead so far, though. Okay, I guess I'll go see what others have figured out. I thank you for your time,
thank you.
Mr. Snowbeck.
Thank you. And please be careful. while Mother Nature can give, she can also take away as just as easily if you're not careful.
Yeah, be careful, Velma.
I guess you are Velma in this group.
It's not Velma that needs to worry about, it's Daphne.
Unless
Well,
she's played by Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Demonox?
Yes?
You realize that you are Daphne.
No.
I don't think so.
Wait, hold on.
No,
we have,
Daphne's
hold on.
a damn
Hold
sight
on.
buffer.
I see the problem here. We have two Freds.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So with that, you bid each other good day and you leave Bogdan's house.
I have a question.
Oh, what would that be?
Did either Rusalka, with her lore knowledge, or Astolfo with his academic knowledge, did they learn anything about how does a person get turned into a Voidnik?
No. It's that part is veiled in mystery. It's just basically known that they get cursed to become it, essentially.
Okay.
But they don't specify in what way or the process of it. So anyway, I think we go on to another set of characters. Let's see. I believe Danton and Demonox, you were gonna be together.
Yes, we were.
Icy Pal.
Congratulations on both of you.
Icy.
Thank you.
Icy Pal, you said you were picking up stuff from your house.
Yeah, and then
and-
heading to the watermill.
Okie dokie. I'll say. Let me actually dice roll this. Okay, we'll go with Demonox and Danton first.
Okay,
So
well,
you both said you were going to go check out the crime scene, so to speak.
well, the body. I was going to go for the body first.
Ah, right, the body first. Okie
Yeah.
dokie. So you two basically meet outside the cabins.
When Vitolt basically comes out of his cabin, he's holding basically what appears to be a picture, and he puts it in his pocket, and then he goes, "Mavka, come."
Mapka follows as
And then
As he
he
would.
looks out for Gromny.
Yep, Gromny comes out of his cabin, he's got his pickaxe slung over his shoulder. It's a big pickaxe.
Do you really need to lug that heavy thing around?
It's a family heirloom. Good for mining, good for pest control.
Good for mining and good for bashing.
Given how sharp that pick is, if he hits you with it, you're gonna know about it.
Yeah, he just looks up and down and goes like, just nods and just basically goes, "You ready?"
Ah, let's go.
so you.
Okay.
So you
Ground rule. Don't touch the body. I touch it.
That is fine by me.
Good. And then I go over to the church.
Okie dokie. So you both go to the church. You see Damien and Yezhir basically leave the church, and they go like, and Yezhir basically goes like, "Ah, lads, good to see you both."
I just give him a nod.
Yes. Gives him a. Ogre gives him like a wave, like, good to see you too.
We've just finished moving the body, Damien says.
Where?
We put it in the back room of the church with Inaku. It's better there than anywhere else, honestly.
Right. And he just walks into the church.
And then Cox basically says to Agromny, "Aye, lad, once you're done, come to the mine. We have work to do. We have to
Yes.
work around these things, you know."
Come into my mine shaft.
Ah. I will be ready to work when we have made certain no more bad thing.
Of course, that's why I said when you're ready, I'll be there. he goes towards the pathway that leads to the clearing area, and Damien goes like, "Good day," and then heads back to his blacksmith shop. Anyway, so Danton, I want you to roll perception once you enter the room.
That is a 75.
What is the perception skill here? Intelligence?
I'm just kind of going for my own set of depending on what the thing is I'm going to be setting. I'm basically setting a number for it and then seeing if he makes that number or not.
Did you hear me? I said 75.
Yes, I did. I was just
Do you want me to
explaining
roll
to
as well? Or just Denton?
Just to Danton right now, since he was the first one to come in. Because you got distracted by Yajir. Anyway, so as soon as you come in, you see Father Ignaku is basically examining the body, and then he quickly stands upright and he goes like, "Ah, my child, I see that you have come to my church. But what for, if I ask?"
Has he been fiddling with the body in any way?
You did not notice him fiddling with the body in any way, as far as you could see.
Okay, I think I don't. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I just look at him and just go, step away.
Oh, of course. I would not want to get in the way. But what would you be hoping to find?
I just basically just ignore him and just start looking over the body. And is Gromny behind me? Or
Yeah,
is
Gromny has entered the room just now, just after you had
behind
this
you.
conversation.
Gromny has entered the chat.
Good, because if the priest starts stabbing me in the back, I want him to react first. But anyway, as soon as basically I just start looking at the body, and my first thing I do is pick up the head and look at the nape of the neck.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you this one because this is super obvious what you're going to see here. But you see that Philippe's face seems to have been eaten off.
Oh!
Yeah.
Nasty.
Ouch.
Does it look like wolves have been eating it?
That's the thing. Because you're so used to seeing injuries by wolves, sort of thing, that this does not look like wolf marks to you. It looks like something different, but you're not quite sure what it is. So,
All right, so there's nothing at the nape of the neck and any other wounds.
there actually is one thing at the nape of the neck, actually. You see essentially what looks like he had a quite sizable puncture wound put through his neck.
From what? A bullet or some sort of knife or something?
You would suspect it came from something like a screwdriver, but a bit more cleaner than that.
Oh,
Ah.
something sharp and pointy.
Okay, so I want you both to roll for this one because since you're both looking at the body, I want you to see if you notice this.
Okay.
Now let's roll my dice.
Yep.
That is.
There you go, one.
Oh, god damn it.
Hey, D100.
17.
Okay. How about you, Demonox?
I rolled a 22.
Okay.
I'm happy with my roll. The roll.
So both of you definitely have noticed this then. So essentially what you both notice is as you basically see that something glints from around his wrist area.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just basically just carefully look at his wrist and just
You
look at it.
You see that it's quite silky to the touch, sticky even.
Ah, so is it like a membrane or something, or is it like some sort of just a residue?
The best, with your role, Danton, the best you could make it out to be, or to relate it to something. But it sounds crazy when you think about it. But it's spider webbing.
Oh, fuck me, duck.
Shit.
Oh, great.
Okay. So this is quite big spider webbing then.
It's
And now I just realised what the hell's stuffed in the neck.
yes. So that is your best guess anyway of it. But you don't think it makes all that much sense.
Does
Yeah.
Agromnia recognise the substance, or at least relate it to something? Or you just know it's got there?
You noticed it was there, and
Right.
you're trying to basically just figure out essentially, like you swore you saw something similar to this before, like over doorways and in the corners of ceilings and such. But you,
This looks and goes. That looks a lot like, well, you know.
Spider webbing.
spider webbing,
Ah.
Ignakus shouts. What are you on about?
Maybe
Fridge,
he'll roll
yeah.
through web?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Because both of you went together.
Sorry. Me first.
Sorry. You first, Team Nux.
Okay. And this ogre is like just stretching his head with his free hands, like maybe he roll in webbing? Webbing? Maybe he'll roll for web.
No, that would not. I mean, sure we have spiders, but nothing like that. He says while looking at the spider silk that you're holding.
If
That
we
big
assume
piece.
that the spider webbing and the puncture wound are related in any way, creature could be quite huge.
Ignaku kind of goes like, "Oh no, that can't be right."
What do you
So
Algorithm's not happy, is getting a bit fed up with people saying, "Oh no, it can't be right, oh no, this and that." Just puts one big beefy hand on his shoulder, like,
so
"You tell us
Bavar,
what you know now, yeah?"
do we have spiders on our hands?
And if Father Ignaku goes like,
Yeah, I've got his hand, his big
Look.
beefy hand. So
"Yes, I know." Ignaku basically looks up to Agromny and goes like, "Listen, my child, if you consider giant spiders as normal where you're from, I don't want to live where you're living."
Giant spider's not normal anywhere.
Where do you live? Australia? Oh, the funnies.
And, and besides, Ignaku says, "Don't you think it'd be odd for a spider to basically eat the flesh of someone's face and it would look like that?"
I don't know, have you been in Australia? They're pretty big over there.
I don't know. Has a vodnik basically drowned people recently?
I must contemplate with the Lord about
You
this.
do that, but
You contemplate with God. I'm going to solve what's happened.
May I just add to this entire exchange, contemplate these nuts.
Okay, so where you said you were going, Danton?
Well, I was just basically because if there's nothing else to do with this body, I'm going. Well, actually,
is there anything? Has he found anything else in the body that we need to know? Like where spiders were, or a blade of grass he can determine location with?
another thing I was going to ask was, where's Yasik and Plasik?
Oh, that's right.
Father Ignaku basically goes like, They should be back home right now.
But there's nothing else on the body, though, Devar.
No, they're not as far as I could think of to give you guys. Other than that,
It'll be a bad day for them when they learn about the father.
They probably already know. But I have to ask them something first.
okay.
Thank you, Father Inaku.
You're welcome. By the way, I want to know what's happened here as well. After all, it's just wouldn't be right to just let this happen and not make sure that Philippe's soul could be put to rest.
You'll know when everybody else does.
Of course.
Oh,
So-
by the way, I just figured out our group dynamic. So, Witold is Shaggy and Scooby, by extension. We have two Freds in Alexei and Mr. Automobile, Ogromny. Rusalka is Velma, and I guess by the process of elimination, I must be Daphne. I have the I have the looks. I have the looks, and I am a people's person. So I guess I have to be Daphne.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
okay, let's put it gag.
yeah. So Vitol's going to go to Jacek and Plasek's place.
Yeah, Gromny's
Say-
gonna stick with him for now, so...
Say
Okay,
that
okay.
3 times in a row.
Okay, okay.
Jacek and Plasek. Jacek and Plasek.
Jacek Plasek.
Jacek Plasek. Jacek Plasek.
Jacek Plasek. Jacek
Yeah.
Plasek. Jacek Plasek.
Anyway, so Icy Pal, you're next. So basically you sort yourself out at the home, and you're about to head out to the place, to the mill, I should say.
Also to have my stuff, my tools, my flashlight, and my shovel.
Yeah. So you then see on your way out, you see Yannick and his family are seen to be about to leave, and and then you see Marisha, you see Sophia and Yannick basically come over to you, and Sophia goes like, "I'm sorry you had to see me like that. But you understand, right? With my daughter and all, I couldn't, I just can't stay here anymore."
I understand, Sophia. Family is the most important thing in life. You need to take care of it and do what's best for it.
What is happening? What is this noise?
Demonox, what is going on?
I don't know.
We are getting static from your end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were like white noising, basically, like static behind.
Were you
in your background.
Were you summoning yourself?
Not that I'm aware of, but, occasionally self-summoning does help.
Well, you're just fine now, apparently.
Is
so-
your 3D printer going nuts? Is he possessed by a
downstairs.
devil?
Mashed
Okay,
up to Demonox sitting in front of his computer with a 3D printer behind him holding a knife.
Anyway, Yannick goes like, "Yeah, thanks for everything, Alexei. Sorry if I was ever a burden on you with my war injury and all."
Don't worry about it. Just take care of all of you.
Yeah, we will. After all, what else is there left to do? Yannick says. And both of them take their leave with kids in tow, and they're heading out towards the village entrance.
Alexei is going to stand there and keep an eye on them until they get away from the water and then head to the mill.
You head up. You head up the river, as Yannick has also gave you the tour before, to you personally, and you head up the river, and you see the watermill that has been damaged. Hi, Spout.
Yes.
I was just sorry. I was making sure that that you haven't got cut off or anything.
No.
Okie dokie. So when you come across the scene of the watermill, you basically see it looks like it's let's see, the wheel of the watermill is in the river, so it's like and the wood on one side of the mill is completely wet and has seeped into the wood, meaning that whatever hit the mill was basically the water has washed it essentially, partially.
So basically, the water wheel has been cut off from the mill. That's the damage.
That's pretty much the damage, along with some, let's see, how do you call it? Chippings of wood, essentially, here and there, like it's if it was, like as if the force of it basically broke the mechanism for the wheel as well. That goes into the building.
That's quite a lot of force.
That's a lot of force. That's not a little bit of force. That's like massive amount.
Well, I'm going to start by pulling the wheel that's on the water onto the shore and checking more closely the breaking point. See that was the tools taken with, or did it look like that someone just ripped it off or something?
It looks like as if either they ripped it off or they basically, or they smacked it so hard off that by force that it either by water or by the by sheer force of a strike that it could let me think my words here, that it looks like it could have been just knocked off by force. You know, so the damage is quite. So, like I said before, the damage is quite bad in that regard. Might take some fixing, you know, and some help from Jacek the builder.
Demonox, we are getting a white noise from you again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything. I don't know where the white noise is coming from.
Maybe you're accidentally touching your cords or something.
Do you have a headset or a microphone?
Yeah, it's a headset.
You might want to try and unplug it and plug it back. If it'll fix that.
Okay. I think I get a chance. Being there now, probably disconnect the sound-wise for a second or two.
So now that I have the wheel on the shore and checked it out, I'm going to go inside the watermill to see what's the damage is at the inside. How bad the mechanism is damaged.
Are you going to physically pick up the giant wheel and put it in your pants in your inventory? Oh, jeez.
Oh shit. Now you are echoing.
Oh, yes, it's because Demonox must have unplugged his headset.
How's that?
So far it's fine. So hopefully it won't crop up. Anyway, so once you get inside, you basically see that the water has done more than seep into the wood. It looks like as if it's flooded the the inside of the water wheel inside of the mill somewhat as well.
How did it get inside? Is there a hole? Did the wheel rip off the wall as well, or is there a window on the riverside?
There's a window.
Okay.
So it came through there, as you surmise.
So it was basically what I'm seeing, that this was done by a very big wave.
Either a big wave or someone basically... we're talking about the mill inside, right? Let me just rephrase So yeah, basically, it seems like the water came in quite harshly, and you do notice some. There's some areas that look waterlogged because of it.
Hey,
Is this a
I'm not
watermill? I take it that the river flows south.
Yes,
Is this watermill on the northern or southern side of the lake?
the right side.
That is not what I asked.
I know, but I'm a dummy, okay? I'm not going to get into the technicals of water mills.
So, I'm going to be honest, I cannot find the watermill on the free maps you gave us.
Yes, I did not put that on the map for
Great.
for reasons that I didn't think were important at the time.
Oh, okay. Sure. So you planned for us to go see the mill, as in an actual important physical location in your campaign, and you think it doesn't need to be included in the map of the area of the game.
no.
I'm sure it's either based somewhere on the mine map or it's on like the farm map, maybe.
Oh yes, Danton, you made these maps, right?
No, I didn't make these maps.
Oh,
I made them.
That's
thought
why
They'll
those
I'm
most
were
likely
your-
be on
I'm
the
just-
mine side of things.
I'm just surmising, basically. From
That's why I'm
logical-
Well-
asking if the mill is on the southern or northern side of the lake.
yes.
No, definitely.
Because I'm just going to say it simply, for my benefit, that it's on the side. It's on the left side. So basically, where Fish and Lake and whatever have you, is so it's on that side with the rest of it essentially.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
look. Like I said, I'm a dummy that doesn't know how to explain things, so this is the best I can imagine of explaining it to you.
We'll say south.
So it is between the lake and the village.
Yes.
Okay. So it's on the southern side.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does the mechanism look like? Does it look like that as long as we can get the wheel reattached, it would be functional, or does it look like it too needs getting the inside some work?
The inside might look like it might need some work as well to basically replace some of the wooden mechanisms that have been essentially, as I said, they have water essentially in the wood.
Sounds like to me, with two people, it's going to take a few days to basically rebuild the entire thing.
Hmm.
Yeah. Having taken, having surveyed the damage, Alexei is going to look out of the window and see how does the river and if I can see from here the lake look like. Do I
You
see
can
anything weird? Do I see fishes?
You see fishes, but as you look into the lake, you look into the river, you start to hear something. You start to hear whispers of a woman whispering to you.
Oh shit! No.
Yeah, it's just going. Yeah, and but you can't discern any words. All you just hear is. Yeah,
Whatever you-
that's like that sort of whispering sort of thing. Like it's just a jumbled mess of nonsense. And
Baba Yaga?
First, does it sound familiar? And second, do I hear where it is coming from?
The call is from inside the mill.
you do not recognize the voice, no. Yeah, because the whisperings are too
No.
It's too low, and sounds like there's more than one going on here.
Water
And
spirits.
and you, but you swear it's coming from the water.
Close to the mill or up or down the stream?
Definitely in the stream, that's for sure. But you swear it's getting louder as you
Where is it approaching from?
think it's approaching behind you now.
So from the land?
Keep in mind, you're in an area that's got water surrounding you.
But
I would just
it's
put it
a
harder.
watermill. It's not in the middle of the river.
I said the mill did look flooded a little bit. So there's a thin layer of water essentially.
I would just leave.
Alexei doesn't like this. He's going to leave and get back on dry land.
Good
Yeah.
call.
As soon as you do that, you basically hear it less now, the voice, and it seems to dissipate.
So you no longer hear voices in your head that they counsel you, they understand you,
Sure,
they talk to
Ralph.
you.
He's going to... Do I see anything in the river?
You do not.
Alex is going to take a few careful steps towards the river, holding his shovel ready in case to test if he starts hearing the voices again. And God damn it, Demonox, you are static.
Well, look at me. I have not doing anything.
It's probably something we can't help, so we'll just continue.
Don't worry, Madhog will fix that in post.
No, it won't. Anyway, so as we were saying,
I mean, if
You
you're
get
going
close.
to have to be pedantic, there's also this annoying river noise every time the Var speaks up, because his microphone is so close to his machine and he picks up all the murmuring that it does.
It does.
I
haven't heard, I'm not hearing that, at least not now.
Amateur. Well, not now, but usually it's there.
anyway, so you basically look closer to the river, as you said, and at first you don't see anything. Okay, roll for perception.
That usually implies that something is there.
Run away!
I do not know what my perception skill is, so
If I suspect what it is, done.
20.
Okie dokie. You see a pair of eyes open, which basically make you jump back the instant you see it.
What kind of eyes?
It looked human.
Yeah,
Do I
I
see-
would not get close to that. That's
Do I
like
see any kind
probably
of
one.
do they glow? Do I see any kind of silhouette of a rest of the body?
You basically swear you see that once it opened its eyes and glowed slightly, that you swore you saw long hair, basically like a woman.
Yet. Alexei starts running towards the village.
You know, I was waiting for this kind of reaction from Icy Pal.
Yeah,
It does not disappoint.
yeah. I know what this is.
Congratulations, Icy Pal. You avoided the. You avoided the.
Death?
Yes.
Yeah. That would have killed you.
Yeah, because that's a Rusalka, I think.
Ah!
A Rusalka.
Yeah.
We are playing The Witcher 3, by the way,
That's how.
folks.
That's how you pronounce it in Polish. A Rusalka.
Yeah, we're definitely playing Witcher 3.
Yeah. I also know it from. It was an old puzzle game by Sierra.
Was it a King's Quest?
No, it wasn't King's Quest. It was another one. It was like. I can't remember the title right now, but you play
kills you.
you could either play as a thief, a warrior.
Oh!
Heroes
oh,
Quest, wasn't it?
oh! Quest for Glory.
That was it.
That's it. Because there's a Rusalka in one of the games.
It didn't turn out well for them either.
Okay. So with Icy Pal done there, well, back to Madhog, who's seen Yagoda.
I wonder if I can see the Alexei train coming to town at the speed of a train, I suppose.
Okay.
The Alexei Express, always on time.
Okay, Madhog.
Yes, that's
As soon as you go up to Yagoda Kotwo's place, you basically see that she seems to be. She seems to have a little bird on her finger,
Of course she does.
and I want you to roll perception for something on this one.
Before that, I would like to ask, would I be able to try and roll to recognize the Rusalka as a Rusalka, considering what I saw?
Oh yeah, sure, you can do that.
Fair enough.
How about that?
Is this, is this an education roll?
Yes, it's education because you're trying to recall knowledge.
Why the hell are you?
So no.
Okay, so
Nope, you decided, nope, I've seen enough freaky shit today, I'm out of here.
yeah, apparently that creature that you saw in the water basically has left you shaken so much that you just cannot, for the life of you, figure out what it is right now.
I've already dealt with one water monster today. I see this is a different kind of water monster, but I'm not going to stay here and find out the specifics.
She was horrifying and weirdly hot, but mostly horrifying.
Okay,
Yes.
so Madhog, what you made on your perception?
21.
Okay,
Do I
okay.
perceive like Apollo Justice?
You basically see that there seems to be a couple of jars behind her. One of them seems to be filled with milk and the other with honey. And she seems to be talking to the bird.
Of course she is.
No problem here. Everything seems normal.
So with that in hand, you basically come closer, and the bird flies off instantly, like as if scared off by you.
Okay,
And-
well, of course, before she turns to see who it is, I must strike some kind of pose.
Yeah,
So-
she just turns towards you and goes like, "Ah, the salesman."
I prefer the term storyteller, for it is thus I bring to people. But enough about me. Let's talk about me in the context of you. Are you, perchance? I couldn't help but notice you the other day, or indeed earlier this morning. Forgive my asking, but are you, mayhaps and perchance, a lady of the mystique? How you say, a lady of the magics? Do I explain myself?
You explain yourself well enough. I deal mainly with herbs and knowledge of the forests in my capacity here.
Ah, yes, and it is for said knowledge that I come to seek your aid, Madame. Was it Yagoda?
Yagoda Kotwo.
Madame Yagoda Cottontail. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Takes her by the hand, does the hand kissing.
She kind of just
Shabbat.
she kind of accepts it deadpan, like as if she just accepts it like as if it's a natural order of things.
Yes. Well, you can thank the patriarchy for that.
But you do also get the sense she kind of just doesn't really care all that much, and is just letting you do that just to basically get on with it, sort of deal.
Right, so you seem knowledgeable about the creature from earlier today. I have...
The Vodnik, yes.
Yes, the Vodnik, I am aware. They were once... I know little about them. I know that they once were men, and then turned into horrific Frog River monsters. They drown people, and they get back at you if you keep them from drowning people. Such disfiguring creatures, such mystery behind them. Do you know? You seem like a smart woman, indeed. Certainly smarter than the average villager, shall we say?
I'll accept that if that's your reality, as you see it.
Ouch. Anyway, I was wondering, do you know where to find more of those creatures?
Allow me to ask you a question in return, then, Mr. Rigolette.
Oh, please, just call me Astolfo.
Astolfo? Let me ask you a question. How interested are you to learn about this world?
I look at her. Okay. Slowly his beaming smile fades. And then he looks at her dead in the eye. Does this answer your question?
It does. Depending on how interested you are in learning, and whether you actually are willing to accept what is going on here, then perhaps I should go consult with my teacher.
Oh, is she a lady of the mystique too? Does she practice fortune-telling by any chance? We sell a fair selection of crystal balls. They come in different colors, you see. Tell her I'm available for a consultation session. Yes, a first sample is free.
I'm afraid she has no need for that. Whatever happens in this forest, she knows instantly what's going on, and she understands the forest more than I.
Very, very interesting. The plot thickens, as they say.
It will take me a while, though, to go to her, though, and to get permission to bring you or anyone else interested in coming to see her.
Oh, take your time, madame. I don't need to go anywhere in a rush. This place is a veritable gold mine for stories, wouldn't you agree?
That's if you're going to be alive to tell them in the first place.
I am a traveling salesman, madame. My journey is filled with moments such as this. Brushes with death, as it were. It just so happens that the potential brush with death today is a little more unusual than it would otherwise be. I usually just deal with people, but monsters, that's a whole other scale. And I just have to wonder,
Yes.
what will it be? What will it be stronger by the end of this? What shall be left standing? The horrors of the unknown, or my destiny? This is where you come in.
Really now?
You'll be part of this. Oh, everyone is going to be part of this. I can guarantee you that. But, alas, this is a discussion for another time. I shall leave you to your milk and honey and bird business. I have other business to attend to myself. A
Of
good
course.
evening to you. A good day to you, and I'll see you around.
Good day
I
to you.
I make to leave with a flourish, of course, with the cape and all that. I have to do that. I am legally obligated to do that.
Okay, with that done, she will be sorting herself out and will be leaving herself.
Good.
So anyway, let's see who's next on the chopping block, because last time I believe we.
Don't say chopping block.
Marty, did you say you were going anywhere next other than
No.
Bogdan's? No.
Nah. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Nowhere in particular.
I just wanted to remind it essentially just to be sure, because I could have sworn he said something earlier about going somewhere else, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. Okay.
I guess
So-
next would be the dynamic duo and the
Yes.
investigation.
So Vitold and Ogromny, what you head over to the twins' house at the Deska family home, but I guess now it's called the twins' house. Okay, so both of you roll perception for this one as you get closer to the house.
Okay. Perception, go!
That's a 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good.
And what about you then, Ogromny?
53, so I didn't get much.
Okay, so you didn't quite catch it, but
No, but 2, if you didn't catch on that, it's...
so
no, it
basically, Danton, you hear a voice in the house, not of Jacek, but of Bulgena talking, and
Right, hear what they're saying?
you do. So basically, Bulgena goes like, "Look, I don't want you going anywhere. You don't want to end up like Philippe. Just stay put, and I'll sort it all out, okay?"
Who's Philippe again?
I'm not sure if you're asking that seriously or not.
No, I'm
and it
joking,
worries me.
obviously. I'm obviously
Yeah,
joking.
I took it as a joke.
Yeah. And bad taste it was.
And
Ouch.
and Bulgena then says, "Do I make myself clear to you both?" And then you just hear Jacek goes like, "Whatever." And Bulgena goes like, "Don't give me that. You should really know our place at this moment in time. We can't afford any more losses. Anyway, I must take my leave. Agatha will most likely have made a mess of the kitchen if I leave her any longer." And
Yeah,
then
as soon as I realise that she's coming out, I'd basically grab a Grobny and just hide around the corner.
yeah,
Are you in high school?
I'm not fishing about the fact he's a polar giant. It's like, hide! It's like, okay, tiny bush.
yep, she definitely failed to notice because she rolled 100. So
She essentially didn't notice the big guy trying to hide behind a small twig.
yes. So she comes out the door and she looks around like as if she was suspicious of something, but then kind of shrugs before walking away from the house.
Escaped the Viper.
As this all goes, like, this leaves down, like, why are we hiding?
That's not important right now. Just
Because we are in an high school anime all of a sudden.
anyway, we better go talk to the twins.
And he does a polite thing and knocks on the door.
Thank you.
You then see that one of the twins opens the door, and you see it's Plasek, and Plasek, gives a warm smile, as if like to say hello, but then it quickly goes back to like a glum look. While Jacek seems pretty stone-faced as he goes like, "Ah, Vitold, Ogro, what brings you both here?"
I came to ask you a few questions, but are you all right?
Yeah, we're fine. We just had to deal with the death of our father. It's not exactly something I imagined to happen. Jacek just says, kind of in an oddly casual way.
When was the last time you saw your father?
This morning we had breakfast together. Jacek says, and then he finished before us, and he left to go to work.
Anybody follow him?
Not as far as we know. Right, Plasek? And Plasek just gives a nod.
Did your father have any enemies before coming here?
No, we can't really think of any enemies unless you count the Russians in the war.
Yeah, Grommy just like nods, like slow nod.
No,
Yeah.
no offense, Ogro. Nothing against you.
No problem. I know bad blood on both sides.
Ah, so you're both Russian and Polish, huh?
I am come from border area.
Ah, so you're probably one of the few that got taken in through the territory gains of Poland. Gotcha.
Yeah. So where were you two then, while your father was being killed?
You say that like as if we would know the time when our father was killed.
There's a certain time frame, and I need to know where the two of you were.
Let's see, after breakfast, we just came back here to work on a few things. He kind of points over to the bookshelf that they were working on at one point yesterday. That needed sanding down. We were going to get the wood that was left for us to work on the carriage at some point today.
So what you're saying is you didn't leave this place,
No, we did not.
and you didn't hear anything coming from the forest.
No, that's actually the strange part. We didn't hear anything.
How is that strange?
I mean, if someone was attacked in the forest, you think you would be able to hear an animal or something going around, like even like a vicious attack of some description, right?
Well, it was snowing originally, which meant wolves would be the more likely suspect in an animal attack. But wolves generally don't come close to gatherings of humans.
Well, you're the expert on that one, Jacek says. I'm just a simple builder, and Plasek's a carpenter, so that's not our area of expertise.
He just looks at the two of them and just eyes them up and goes like, "I see."
Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask. Did they do a good job in fixing up my carriage?
They've said they were going to get started on that today, so...
Okay. Fair enough.
Ain't broken still.
Yeah, so it still needs fixing up.
Well, it's not broken, but it's a bit worn, all the traveling.
Needs maintenance, essentially.
Yes.
Well, unless Demonox, you've got anything to say, I'm finished with Jacek and Plasek.
No, it's found a bit odd that he said that it's quiet because, given where Ogrim's comes from, he's used to hearing more towny sounds, but it's like the forest. A question to ask:
Yeah.
have you heard much as in forest animal noises?
You do not recall hearing much other than the odd sound of birds
Yeah, but
making.
from this morning so far, has he actually noticed any animal sounds so far today?
No.
And this
That's not
Ogre,
good.
yeah, Ogre just like stops for a second as Basaline goes, you know, it's funny you say this, but your forest is very quiet.
Yes, now you mention it.
I didn't
It
know
has been
that.
rather quiet.
I used to go village thing, but here, first all tweet, 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 tweet. Now, nothing. Is that normal in forest?
There should be some sound.
The animals have all run away because they sense the incoming danger. That's always a good sign.
Thank you, Yashik and Plasik. I'm going to get back to investigating.
Of course.
We find out what did this to further. Then we make pay.
Thanks.
I can imagine as soon as we leave this place, we just start hearing Alexa just screaming, "Niet, niet, niet."
Massive dust cloud coming from the east.
I also like just have Ogren like just grab him by the thing, like just lift him up so his like leg just like in the air.
Oh boy.
Okay. Okay. So before you guys leave, basically Jacek basically goes like, "Thank you. We hope that you can find out the truth at least, because I can't rest easy knowing that not knowing," he says. You know, and you see Plasek, who is next to a wardrobe, you know, basically holds on to, you know, like one of the metal hinges, and basically just kind of rubs his eyes, like as if to denote that he's not exactly taking it well. All
There are
this.
many mysteries in this world. Some are never found.
Well, this one will not be one of those.
He just nods then, like going, "Yes, yes."
So-
What is the dog doing? We haven't had a dog update in a while.
Mapka is just patiently waiting while looking around the house, sniffing around the place.
Being a good dog and being on guard.
Yeah. So anyway, you guys leave the house, and then you hear Alexei's, yeah.
Do you hear that?
Yes, some like running man.
You could have said literally any kind of animal and it would have been funny.
I was starting to think the animals weren't active anymore.
I
we
have not
should check
heard of
that out.
Nettie. Maybe it's Nettie.
Is it the Yeti?
The Nettie. The Nettie.
So basically, you two basically go towards where the sound's coming from, and you basically see it's Alexei running up towards the village,
Yeah.
and probably coming back to the center area, I would imagine.
Yes, he's going to run in there and then come to a stop and just take a long deep breath, since he ran all the way from the river Potemil to here.
Yeah, I take it Rusenka and Astolfa probably see this as well, since they're probably in the...
Yeah, they're in the vicinity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I forgot to mention this, Madhog, but could you roll education for me for the bird I mentioned? I forgot to ask for that.
It must be important if you ask me to do that. Yes, I most certainly can do that. If if the page of the dice roller didn't suddenly close up for absolutely no reason. There we go. And a roll. Hold on. What am I rolling again?
Education.
D100?
Get the D100s.
Yeah,
No,
D100.
I was asking about education, yes.
All right, okay.
I'm keeping in mind that it's a 60 in that one.
Okay, it's 41.
Okay. Let me get this up. So the bird in question that you know that Yagoda was talking to was a she-kavatz.
What did you call my mother?
Aye.
A she-kavatz.
Shikabats.
It is known.
No, pagadi shikayats.
It is known as an extremely loyal bird, and they were said to be created, or born rather, when a woman places a stolen egg of a black hen under her armpit for 40 days.
Oh,
During
God.
During the time, she could not confess, pray, cut her nails, or wash her face until it's hatched, as the legend goes.
That's certainly a legend
Yep.
that was told.
But
Folklore.
the more important thing is that is actually pertinent to what you saw, is that these birds were known to bring milk and honey from cows and beehives, with using their beaks to suck in the substances and then bring it to their master and put it in the jar for them.
Have they been stealing from my farm?
Probably.
Okay, so
Another interesting thing also to note is that Shishkavat can give the ability to any woman to speak the language of animals, so they can talk with the animals.
an all-purpose magical bird that comes from an egg and an armpit. This origin story is unexpectedly gross.
Yeah, I know. This is why kinda you expect that half of this is only true and half of it is kinda just old wives' tale made up, essentially.
I bet the armpit tale is true, if I ask her.
Welcome to Europe.
By the way, this belief originates from Serbia, which is also part of the Slavic region.
Yes, and if it were up to Serbia in the 90s, they would be the only part of the Slavic region. No,
Yeah.
that's actually not funny. They did a genocide.
Oh, okay.
That's literally not a joke. I mean, even though it sounded like one, they did a genocide.
Right. That I did. That I had. That for some reason I had no knowledge on. But okay.
Well, I mean, you did because you remember the Serbian-Bosnia war from the 90s. Remember Sergei Milosevic?
Yeah, result of Yugoslavia collapsing.
Breaking into smaller pieces.
It was the most notable conflict in that decade.
Right. Anyway,
well, aside from the first Gulf War.
Okay. So anyway, that's just knowledge for you, just because, and plus to give you something unusual to learn about.
Yes, I'm definitely going to be curious about that bird now, if I happen to see it again.
So anyway,
Oh, you know.
Anyway, so you all come across back to the center. You see Alexei basically is panting for dear life, it seems.
What's wrong with you?
You look like a Sheena ghost, man.
Well, not a ghost man, a ghost woman.
Good news is that the watermill is fixable. The bad news is there is more than just a single Vodnik in the river. There is some other creature as well.
Ooh.
What you talking about?
What you talking about?
What you talking about, Alexei?
I saw as I was investigating, I saw in the river there was a face with gleaming eyes and long hair. And it was muttering. Sounded like woman. Decided I did not want to know it. Because I didn't want to try my luck with that. Since I was alone.
Can I decipher what this is from his description?
You can do, yeah.
Well, I think I'll do that too, since I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ogren
but-
just go.
By the
Just
way,
over.
now that you're out of danger, Icy pal. Sanity check.
Yay!
Might as well.
Wow, we are so easily shaken.
Oh, just saw a
Very
sticky woman in
unusual
water, so.
experience.
35.
Okay, I think that you passed that, but I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, my willpower is 60.
Okie dokie, you have passed it. So yeah, because it was just a pair of eyes in the water, and you were able to steel yourself and not lose any sanity this time.
Yay!
Yes, I've rolled a 7.
Right.
70.
Okie dokie.
Cool.
So Danton, you definitely know that he's talking about a Rusalka.
Right.
So basically, let me get it up here. The Rusalka are considered water nymphs, essentially. They are known for luring men to the water to basically drown them. Some legends basically say the Rusalka basically believe they're calling to their lovers to be with them forever, only to realize that they're killing somebody else that is not their lover once they have drowned to death.
Yeah.
How lovely.
Yes, I basically say Rusalka.
Good.
I also look at Mavka because that's pretty much basically what she's named after.
Yeah, Mavka just kind of just gives you the head tilt, like she doesn't know why you're looking at her.
Insight.
Inside check on the dog.
It's my check on the dog. Are you serious?
Yes!
No.
Do it! Do it! Do it!
Oh no, I am not serious.
Okay.
Do it! I'll do it for you! I'll do an insight check on that dog! I will insight check the hell out of that dog!
Yeah, Ogren will just go like, put a hand on Alexi's back and like, just. Like, sound like you managed to you got away good though. That's good. We found out that giant there may be giant spiders around.
Yes. By looks of it, we may be dealing with some giant spider that
Yeah.
killed Philip.
Either that or a lot of little spiders.
What
Seems
the
like
devil is
every
happening
creature.
here?
Seems like every creature from Slavic folklore has gathered here.
Seems almost like the woods and the river has banded against us.
It's almost as if we are in a horror story or something.
By the way, I was talking with our village elder and Witold, what do you know about your predecessor?
He just looks really puzzled and goes like, I had a predecessor?
Yeah, there was a
You
hunter
had a
before.
predecessor?
There was a hunter before you in this village, Piotr Misak. With the village, Snopek mentioned that he had disappeared before you came here.
He just looks messy around and goes like, no one said anything to me about this.
Really? No one in
No.
the village?
No. This is the first time I've heard of it. That would have been useful to know. I would have been more cautious in the forest if I knew.
Well,
This
that
is-
does sound
This
strange.
is news to me as well.
When did you two came here?
Good question, DM. When did we come here?
Boy, you guys asking for a timeline that I never planned for.
Oh my gosh.
Just give me
Damn,
a
that's
basic
finished.
overview.
Yes, I'll give you a basic overview. But essentially, you guys came. So essentially, Danton, you came before Icy Pal. Icy.
I think I gave you something like that. He's been here. That Alexei has been here maybe a month before
Yeah.
the game started.
So
Yeah.
that means I must have been here for longer than a month then.
Yes, you have. You've been there for definitely a month or two extra. So that's the important part. Essentially, I can probably imagine. Essentially.
Imagine that.
Okay. Okay, so Devar as a DM. I never asked for this. Also,
It's just that as a DM, basically you think of a lot of things that the players will ask you, only to think, well, they won't ask that one because they won't.
don't you know
bothered.
us by now?
Okay.
We will have everything.
We told
Some of us are exceptionally pedantic.
Yes, Matty, what is it?
did you move to the village with your dog?
Yes, I came with Mavka.
Okay, so it wasn't his. All right.
No, if it wasn't mine to begin with, I would have asked who was the owner originally.
I'm going to insight check that dog so hard.
Yeah. So, given that all the weird experiences that we've been having lately, it's probably not a good idea that we travel alone.
No.
Wait, I had a thought. Alexei, what is exactly your profession?
Hold on, Alexei, play Despacito. I'm sorry.
Despacito. I am a farmer. Have been for almost my entire life.
Okay, and Janek is a farmer too.
Yes. Well, he has left now, so
So now you're the main farmer. So Janek didn't disappear. Just wondering, and it was strange that the Snowback mentioned about that everyone has their places here. I'm starting to wonder if I came here to replace some teacher that has been here before me.
Did he
I don't know.
Did he imply there was more than just one? Or did he just say there was only one missing?
Wait, I think he only said that one. He only mentioned about one, the Piotr, but there hasn't been implication on anyone else. Yeah, there's something odd about that man.
I don't trust this guy.
we told.
What is it, Lexi?
When you were, I take it that you had already seen to Felix's body, da?
Yeah.
Did he have his axe with him? Maybe whatever attacked him, he hit it.
Did I see the axe?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch any of that. What did you two say?
Did I see his axe? Because Icy Pal said basically that. Did I see the axe because he might have hit the creature or whoever attacked him?
You did not see an axe, no. But then again, you didn't check the original area where the body was found.
We were about to check the crime scene. It might be there. It wasn't on his body though.
Yes.
We should head there next. Best, as you said, best not to go alone anywhere now that we know that there are at least 2 dangerous creatures in the water and something in the forest as well.
Yes, be very
Yeah.
careful if you're all going to follow. Keep your eyes peeled in the trees as well.
Yeah, I thought of leaving this whole village, but might as well join into solving the murder mystery. I have nothing else to do here anymore.
What about you, Astolfo? You coming?
Oh, Astolfo is not here. Okay, so I wanted to say this to you. I wanted to wait for everybody to finish. But while everybody was gathered here to listen to Alexei, I was going to sneak into the church to take a look at the body.
So he's not. So it's just the 4 of us.
Where'd he
Yes.
go?
When the timeline is the beginning when everybody gathered to the square, and he just came there and just moved right past it. It just happened to listen to Alexei's description of the creature, but it did not miss a bit.
Okay.
But I will say this, Devar.
Yeah.
I rolled a 23.
What?
For insight, check that goddamn dog.
I guess this would be intelligence.
I pass it.
Yeah, trying to fit things
Mav
logically together.
Mavka looks like a good girl who's very obedient and is a sweet dog that can do no wrong.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, so I'm going to take a look at that body.
Okie dokie. So I'll quickly go with you since I think this will be the shortest one. So you go into the church and since you overheard that it was in the back room, you assume it's at the only doorway that's in the back because the only other place would be upstairs, and that's where Ignaku sleeps.
Yes.
So
Also, I sleep inside the church, so I would assume I am somewhat familiar with the interior architecture.
yes, you are. So you basically head to the back. Roll perception, by the way.
63? Do I get stabbed in the back?
No, you turn into a woman.
No.
Okay,
No,
first of all, don't threaten me with a good time.
No, as soon as you enter, you basically see Inaku basically seeming to be examining the body, and then he just stands up straight, and he goes like, my child, Astolfo, what brings you here?
I don't trust
Well-
that man.
Yes,
He
well,
knows something.
nobody does. Nobody does.
Please don't be licking the body. Please don't be licking the body.
Well, as it happens, my good man. Well, I knew for a fact that a gruesome, grisly murder happened here. And as you are in luck, I also happen to be a forensic doctor in my spare time. I am very educated, you see.
Really
Even a
now?
thing in the 1920s.
The science was there,
Um.
not as advanced as it is today, but technically people analyzing and cutting up bodies to see how they died existed since the Middle Ages.
Yes, I mean we had Victorian era, morgues essentially called dead rooms. So
Yes.
it does exist, that sort of thing.
I just meant the term forensic investigation.
Probably not, but it's the first word that came to mind. We have a term. Actually, we have a unique term for that kind of doctor in Italy, which is legal doctor, but it doesn't really translate well in English.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
I'm
so
going
anyway.
to be a dead man. I'm going to be the dead man doctor. Snip, snip, cut, cut.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, by the way.
So then Ignaku basically goes like, well, Vitold was in here this morning, and he took a look at the body as well.
Well, do I look like Vitold to you, my good sir?
No.
Okay, well, as I am not he, I would like to get a second opinion on the body, which is to say, my own.
Of course, my child. Just as long as you respect the body. After all, it's
What do you think I'm going to do with that body, father?
just making sure. So that Inaku basically goes like, "Go ahead."
Yes. I move to the body. May I request some space?
Yeah, he gives you the space.
Please don't find new bite marks. Please don't find new bite marks.
A little bit more space.
He does.
A little bit more.
He can't go any further. His ass is at the table.
Okay, is he out of the door? I wanted to ask.
Oh no, he's basically staying in the room with you, essentially.
Perfect. So I'm going to look at the body then.
Okay. So, I'm not going to insult your intelligence. I'm just going to say that you find essentially the same things as Danton did. Because basically you find his face has been eaten. He has the puncture wound in his neck. There's, and the silk around his wrist. So, which basically all, points to a spider.
I would like to check the rest of his body.
Yes, I was actually going to ask that, to roll a perception roll for something.
Let's see, 18. I'd say I perceive real well.
You do perceive something that Vito did not, but that's because it wasn't there before.
Well, I don't know it wasn't there before, so...
You see that the body has been cut up already and looked into.
So he opened it.
Okay.
So I slowly turn to the priest, smile, all smiles. Tell me, father, do you perchance happen to be a, doctor of the dead as well?
I had a friend who taught me. I was in the war, you see, and the dead pile up quite a lot, and so I was basically drafted to be with the staff there to basically pronounce the people dead.
Okay, didn't ask for the story of your entire goddamn life. Anyway, father, this is interesting. I find this interesting. This cat. Where is the cat anyway? In what part of the body do I find the cat specifically?
I'm going to say that basically it looks like it was cut expertly, like as if someone has medical knowledge, and it's basically looks like it was sewn up, around the chest cavity area. Well, the chest area.
Were you looking? So you are responsible for this cat, are you not?
I am, yes. I wanted to make sure there was nothing else that I had to be concerned about.
Were you looking for something specific inside this man's body?
Mainly, if there was any other causes of death I had to consider.
Did you find anything interesting?
I found nothing interesting. It seemed like as if he just died of blood loss and, well, points to the face.
Hey, the bar.
Yeah.
The bar, baby,
Yes.
the bar.
Yes.
My child.
Yes.
Insight check on the priest.
Okay. Insight check the priest.
Yep.
The priest is a vampire!
Oh.
Wait, he's on his own with him, though.
Oh, wow, it's 18 again.
18, you say?
Yes.
You think he's more than a priest. There's something a bit odd about it. The fact that, and plus, his story doesn't quite add up, because why would the body be cut up so expertly if he was just suddenly grabbed in to help with the pronouncing people dead and learning from a friend? That takes years of learning.
I'm going to look up, if you don't mind, Father. I would like to check out what's inside this man's body. Just like you did.
You may.
I'm
He
going
says.
to... Well, do you happen to have a scalpel?
He offers it to you.
So you do have one. So as I go to work with the body, I casually mention, you see, so you said you learned your craft during the war. You were taught briefly by a friend.
Yes, I was, after all.
Okay, so this is me turning into Columbo. so yeah, that's interesting, because you see, I too learned how to operate on the table, as it were. Except, for me, it took me several years to learn the craft properly. So you must be some kind of a genius or a prodigy to learn that in. How long were you on the field again?
I'd say about 5 months.
In 5 months, learning this kind of perfectly fine, perfectly executed cut and suturation here. That's the skill. That's the kind of skill that a regular doctor would take years to master. But here, this is one of the finest works I've ever seen. You must really be good at that, and really fast learner too, almost unnaturally so. By the way, do I find anything unusual about this man's body now that I am further inside?
I'm not going to insult you with a perception check on this one, but it seems like as if there is nothing. He seems to be on the up about his reasoning, because as far as you can see, there's nothing in the body, and there doesn't appear to be any tampering of anything as far as you can tell.
Ah, good. No spider eggs.
Yes.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything new.
It's then Ignaku basically looks to you seriously and goes like, and he seems like as if he says quite grimly, "Listen, whatever's going on here, you need to get out of here."
I look at him with an almost deranged expression. And why would I ever want to do that?
Because I would like to have no more lives lost, especially to people like you who are curious about these things, as curious as I am.
Ah, I think I understand better the situation now. Thanks, Father. That was a good talk. So he makes to leave. Ah, one more thing!
Yes,
We all
Mr.
have-
Rigoletti?
We all have our secrets now, don't we? It would behoove for some of us to mind our own business, as it were. Wouldn't it?
He just nods and basically says, "Of course, even a man of the cloth has his secrets he must guard."
Good. Good for you, Father. Here, have a cross polisher. He hands him a product to clean up crosses.
He goes like,
Placement.
so in other words, you're giving him, it's either going to be wood varnish or polish for the statues. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it has a specific. It is specifically branded as cross polisher. There is a label and everything.
Yeah, he just
Okay, wait, hold on. It has Astolfo's smiley face on it, holding a very shiny cross.
Astolfo's seal of approval.
Yeah.
It's on the house.
So it's
the
all
first one.
trustworthy.
Yes, and he just takes the polish off you and goes like, "Thank you, my child. I will be sure to use it well. You just take care out there and don't put yourself into unnecessary harm. I do not want to see you on my table alongside Philippe."
You too, father. You too. This is an unnecessarily ominous exchange.
Between a priest and a salesman.
Well then,
Okay.
that was interesting encounter.
I'd say.
Okay.
Twists and turns.
Yep, twists and turns. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think what we should go on to next at this point in the story, essentially.
I mean, the rest of the group is heading out to the crime scene.
Oh, yes, it was,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Before that happens, Alexei asks for them to wait a few minutes, and he's going to see the solve this, and I can just cut off sometime. And he's going to tell him that there is at least something else also in the river, and tell the rest of the village to just stay away from the river and lake for now.
Yeah,
Spread the word.
he kind of just, yes, Bogdan just basically just grabs his desk, taps it like, "Thank you. Thanks for letting me know."
That's all I need.
I thought this job was easy.
He made this place because he thought it would be the best place.
Yeah. Everyone else does work. I just have to be a mayor type guy every now and again. Excellent.
We just need to wait for the Doomslayer to turn up.
Okie dokie. So, you guys head out to the forested area.
Yep.
And, it doesn't take long
Ogre
to...
is looking at the
Wait,
trees. He's
what-
doing as told. He's keeping an eye on
as-
the trees.
As we start heading out of the village, Alexei actually stops everyone. Wait, sorry, Rusalka. Just to be clear, do you have a weapon to defend yourself? Since he can clearly see, he knows that Witold has his rifle, and he can clearly see Ogrin's pickaxe.
Rusalka says, "I am the weapon."
I have, and I saw from my goat handgun, and it has a small bayonet attached to it.
Do I recognize the weapon? Devar?
Yeah, I'm just basically thinking, take a look, see. I want to say to make sure something. See. Did Marty have to roll anything for noticing what type of gun you had?
Yeah,
Yes.
He rolled education, didn't he?
Yeah. Okay, so roll for education on your part too then.
I want to do it too. Since it's showing anyone else.
That's a 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I rolled it as well. Because since it's showing us if Ogremy might recognize it.
Yeah, you might do. Let me see. So
I'm
think-
joining you on the low roll here, Danton. I'm joining you with a 3.
So we
We're
both know
going.
So
Yeah.
apparently you
High
both
five,
know.
dude.
Apparently you both know this weapon.
High five. Don't leave me hanging.
So
When you actually reach his arm up there.
here's the weapon that he has on his. Or Rusalka has on her person.
I see.
It's a Steyr M19212 handgun with a small bayonet attached to it.
Is it? I'm not really familiar with the personally. Is it like a common handgun for the time period? Well, or this area, I mean.
Mati, you chose this handgun. what is this gun exactly?
Hold on, I check it from Wikipedia.
I just want to know if it's common for the area and whatnot.
Just a second, I just looked at some authentic model. A Steyr M12 blah blah blah, also known as Steyr Hahn, semi-automatic pistol developed in 1911 by Austrian firm Steyr Mannich, based on the mechanism of the blah blah blah. Developed for Austro-Hungarian army and adopted in 1912, it was a standard Austro-Hungarian military handgun of World War I, able to endure adverse conditions of trench warfare during World War I.
So by this point in time, it would be a common handgun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it was also used by many people, including Poland, in the list apparently, because apparently it's in part of the service history.
Okay.
Mm.
Yes.
So it would be quite a common handgun.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was like a top model or something, or if it was common, but it's okay.
Yeah, though they usually don't have bayonetas attached to them.
That's an adapted feature.
Interesting feature you've got attached to that.
Yeah.
Did not think that came standard.
Souvenir from the war.
I see.
You
Yeah.
serve?
I did things, yes. Well, shall we?
Yeah, it's not important right now. Let's go into this crime scene, but keep your eyes peeled. Also, can one of you hold Mavka's leash? I don't want her running off.
Alexei will take the leash.
Good, because I need to be able to hold my rifle up as we're walking around.
And it is possible for you to notice that when the war is mentioned, that there is the moment of sadness on Alexei's face, but he quickly schools himself.
Yes.
So,
We all
yeah.
have sadness.
But yeah, anyway, let me get rid of something first. I pulled something up. Okay, I'm back now. So anyway,
Hi-ho.
so
It's off the thing we go.
it's off to the murder crime. It's off to the murder scene we go.
Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho.
Okay.
Inside Poland.
Ah.
Ouch.
Anyway,
Don't do that again.
I didn't realize it actually picked it up that well.
okay. So you get it doesn't take you long to basically find where the scene of the crime happened, as you would assume, because you do see that a place where there was a bit of blood still left behind by the body.
Right, I look around
Right.
the trees and the crime scene.
Yep. Ogrim is looking for giant spiders or silk
Yeah.
webs.
I want all of you to roll perception for something odd about the scene.
I already noticed something odd about the scene, but let's see what my roll tells me as well.
16.
You definitely notice.
45.
38.
35.
Right.
We are the CSI Poland.
Yeah.
That depends on what the difficulty of this was.
You needed 12.
I'm gonna give this one to Rusalka too, because as if like she noticed first,
Yes,
because
the lowest
she made
roll, that makes sense.
because she made the highest roll. So anyway, Rusalka, you notice that there's only a little bit of blood here. If the what Vitol told you about the body, the state of it was, surely there would be a bigger pool of it here, that to be much more noticeable. It's like as if it's very odd because the body was definitely laid here and was not moved away from the scene of the crime, but yet the small amount of blood on the ground tells you it was moved.
Wait. This is not the original place of the body. It was moved from somewhere else.
You think so?
there's very little blood. If he was killed in this spot, there should have been like a huge puddle.
Is there like a trail?
No, that's the most oddest thing about this whole thing. Surely, if the body was moved, you would see a trail, but because there is none, there is a. This basically makes it all the more perplexing.
So
Is
there
this-
are no signs that the body was carried or dragged here.
No, it was definitely. You definitely feel like there's something strange about this.
Is there any signs? Are there signs that this was the place where Philip was logging?
You do see that what looks like one of the trees were looking like as if they were getting started on being cut down.
Question: do I see Philip's axe?
No.
Axe.
Philip's axe is not here.
Are there any other marks or marks in the snow, or kind of like spider footprints?
Is there any snow left here?
I think it all melted, didn't it?
It melted
it
the
melted
snow
from
It melted.
because
everywhere.
yeah, everywhere has melted in this forest
I thought
area.
it was only from city center.
Nope, everywhere has melted the snow. So it's
Okay,
like
anyway.
it's like summer right now.
Okay, so yeah, Ogren just looks around and goes, where is axe?
Yes. Where is the axe? Starts looking around for it.
Ogren's gonna look up. I'll say it's on the ground and never look
Can
upwards.
I try to remember? Do I remember any spider creature from folklore?
Is there another creature from folklore?
You can try, but this is but I'm making this high level because this is very
Obscure.
this is very super obscure. This piece of information.
Absolutely
Alex-
no trees.
45.
I'm afraid not. Then
Yeah.
as much as you think so, you basically go over all the folklore that you can think of, sort of in your history with children, and none of them seem to bring up spiders. You've heard of water spirits, you've heard of fairies, you've heard of
You've heard of Ross fairies.
forest spirits like treant style creatures called leshy, but nothing like anything spider related, as far as you know.
No creepy lullabies about spiders.
Alexei, as he's looking around, he thinks out loud. Perhaps whoever whoever was the one who killed Philip, drained the blood and took it with it.
Yeah. Question, Devar. Do I see anything in the trees? Since Ogren's looking up, he's trying to find the axe.
You do not see an axe in the trees, no.
Yeah, I'm not a biologist, but do spiders usually drink blood? No.
No,
Probably.
he says.
But then spiders not usually this big either.
No.
That is true.
Neither are the mosquitoes.
Ah, those are annoying.
Yeah.
The Vitolt then basically looks around, takes out his hunting knife, and he begins to mark a tree nearby.
Okie dokie.
What are you doing?
Marking a tree just in case we need to, if we go further in, that we at least have some point of reference.
Ogren nods.
Judging by the how to put this, judging by where the pool of blood is and where we can see the signs of tree being started to being cut down, can I estimate of what direction did the attacker come from?
You can try, yes.
It's interesting that we still notice the blood despite all the snow having melted.
Well, probably a bit left on like the tree route or ground nearby.
Yeah, it's basically the dirt path, essentially, you're seeing this on, and his body was covering it originally. Okie dokie. So, I'm trying to think, really. Yeah, if you're about to say... Someone asked something, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
It was Icy asking if you could figure out what direction the attacker came from.
Oh, right.
Considering where the small pool of blood is and where there are the axe marks on the tree, like he was standing here, and since he was stabbed at the back, whoever did this must have been coming from that direction.
Right. So, basically, so let's see. Nah, I think you should roll intelligence on this one then, to basically figure it out.
Can't I just use my muscles to figure it out?
What do you think this is? Are you thinking the muscle wizards or something?
I'll use my muscle memory. That's a good one. That is a good one, Danton.
I mean, I was a muscle wizard in Dantan's one-shot sports game.
The kite ball combat.
Sports! You'll be good at those!
Well, let's see if Alexei figures anything out. Nope, 95.
Nope, you cannot figure anything out about this.
Muscles! You betrayed me now!
None of this makes any sense to you. It could have come from up, it could have come from the left, it could have come from the right.
So, if...
Could have been libertarian?
So, if the blood is here, he must have fallen here. And if the rax marks are there, the attack must have come from... wait... He's like using his fingers to try to count. No. It was, wait. He was falling here, he was standing here. No, maybe here? Here? Was he on the other side of the tree? Wait.
I could try to solve this mathematical conundrum.
You see, normally a man has a 50-50 chance of winning in a match. But I'm not a normal man. I'm not a man. Let me start. I'm not a normal man. I'm a freak, so I get a 30% chance of winning. But then you are the third member in the triple threat.
Yeah, Ogrim just like looks at Alexei and goes like, "What are you trying to do?"
I am trying to figure out whoever attacked here, Philip, came from. Where did the strike come from?
Let's start from the beginning. He was cutting this tree.
Yep, Ogrim goes down by the tree. It's like, this was alright. Vito, you know him. Is he swinging right or left?
I just basically orientate you to where he probably was most likely, stood, but giving if he was right or left-handed, because I assume Vitolt would know.
Yes, he would. So you just
he starts here, and the body was there.
Since he was stabbed in the neck.
Yeah, I'm trying to roll for the...
Yeah, can I also roll for the intelligence as well?
What do you want to roll for, Matty?
99.
Oh, okay.
But I'm more of a history philosophy teacher anyway.
And Ogrim now try roll, seeing what he gets for.
What do you want to roll for?
Well, if he's trying to help with solving this puzzle thing, so he's probably rolling intelligence.
Okie dokie.
On trying to solve the thing for where the attack came from, since that's what he's trying to figure out.
Okie dokie. You roll for that then.
Okay. I rolled and I got a 21.
21.
And Ogrim's not very good at education, but he's a lot better at intelligence.
Yeah. You start thinking about it, where you're standing, and where the blood is, right behind you, and you start thinking that surely if Philippe was an experienced woodsman, he would know, and be cautious about being attacked from left, right, and behind him, and even, keep a lookout, which means he had to be attacked from above, and
Yeah.
there was a struggle then to lead him to the place where his body would eventually be laid.
Yeah, Algrim's like just slowly swinging his arms back and doing the motions, and then just stops and like just slowly looks up. They came from above. Only
Death.
place to attack from. And then he swings, he's like
from
looking around,
above.
does it? Up, this points up. Up there.
Alexei looks up. Do I see any kind of... do I see any broken branches? Cut off tops of the
Yeah.
trees? Any silk hanging from there?
This is the weirdest part. Despite the fact that it should be here, you don't see anything of that's unusual or odd. It's like despite the fact everything fits into place, it's like he was attacked somewhere else.
This is strange.
And
Everything's, everything's pointing to the fact that he was attacked here, which means that there should be more evidence, but there isn't.
Oh. It's like here, but not here.
Would someone have set up this scene?
If they set it up, their trail would have been left behind on the leaves.
So to clarify, there are no signs that anyone that there has been no one else here before people came and found Philip dead.
Yeah, no one else came here except for Philippe, and then Damien found him.
See, I almost want, out of character, I almost want to, I think, probably this is spotting of it being dropped.
Yeah, either he threw it away somewhere in the struggle, or
No, as if his body had been dropped.
It might have left something on the ground to see that if he fell here or if he just dropped. But would that be
Yeah.
something we would have already figured out with our roles?
yeah,
I
when we
think-
see aside from the very beginning.
Yes, you would have figured all that out, I think.
Yeah, so it's not going to sound like he's fallen from a height and hit the ground, but at the same time, he doesn't show signs of the usual signs of falling backwards there.
There is something that I thought of. Maybe there isn't a lot of blood because the creature consumed it.
So it grab, stab, rip off face, but take all blood with it.
It's a possibility.
I'm liking giant spiders less and less now.
By the way, as you're all talking amongst yourselves, you start hearing rustling and the sounds of a familiar voice of a woman complaining in the area.
I pull
Oh,
my
my-
gun and just look in the general direction of where the woman's voice is coming from.
Yeah, I'm gripping the hilt to make it.
Does it sound like Sophia?
It is Sophia because you know her voice. And she sounds like she's complaining like a lot.
Sophia, is that you? Alexei shouts.
And then she shouts, "Oh no, I heard Alexei. Please don't tell me we're back there."
Oh, crap.
I was worried about this.
And then, you see Yannick comes by to, and he says like, "Well, I'll be damned."
You do realize that you're at the crime scene just south of the Deska house, right?
And then Yannick kind of looks like, "But that can't be possible. We walked straight. We were going straight for the truck, but it seemed like no matter how far we went, we just kept going, finding more trees."
Wait, you walk towards truck. That's the other side of the village.
Yeah. And
Roll to see if there's anything from any folklore where basically you could be misdirected.
Oh,
Yes.
there's
Yeah,
plenty
you're-
from all the folklore about that.
While
Okay.
you're doing that while rolling, Ogren's go like, "You sure you no got bad sense of direction? You know right from left, huh?"
Yes, imagine that. The real horror was lack of a sense of direction.
I mean, it is very horrible, I know from experience.
I know that too. I once became lost inside a castle. True story.
I've gotten lost in a bigger city a few times.
That's just normal.
Yeah. I got lost at a seaside town once.
Yeah.
But anyway, I made a 16.
I got lost in translation.
Okie dokie. There are two creatures from what you know that could probably do this. And either of them could be the suspect you're looking for in this regard. Either something called a blood, which is a Slavic fairy, or rather a set of them, that can cause disorientation and lead people aimlessly around and around. Priests claimed they fornicated in this manner too.
Cool.
The other one is the Leshy. The Leshy, who are a masculine-looking creature, usually depicted with animal skulls for faces.
Should have brought a silver sword.
And, you know, they tend to have horns as well. And they tend to be surrounded by bears and wolves. But they too have been known to lead travelers and even children astray. Though, despite this, Leshy don't hold any ill will to humans, nor great dislike. Their disposition is dependent on how the individual behaves when they're in the forest.
If you're polite, they leave you alone. If you're a bitch, well, yeah.
So,
So,
it's-
wait, so do these fairies attack people if they disturb the forest in any way?
no, they're just mischievous people. That
Having
just
fun.
I
Then
look at the already damaged tree, and then I look at basically the family who have just been made to wander. This is bad.
Do
Good.
either of these creatures drink blood?
no. Neither of them drink blood.
Also, can you put those names in the chat?
Okay.
Just that so that we can get the proper...
Well, the Lesh might not be the one who
Do
did the
the
killing, but
farmers? Do the farmers still have their children with them?
They do.
Ah, okay.
So basically, Sophia goes like, okay, whoever you are, that's messing with me and my family. The joke is over, and you had your fun. So why don't you just let us leave?
Evar,
Yeah.
does it feel like we are being watched?
I want you to roll for that.
All
What
of
do
them
I
are
roll?
just-
All of you can roll for that, since he asked the question.
What do we
94.
roll? Do we
Yeah,
roll
50.
for anything specific or just a roll?
I let me think now. I want to take a look. Okay. I have nothing that could go with this. It's either good. I'd say just go for perception to see if what. Yeah. So just go roll that D100 like normal.
45.
Okay. What did you say, Demonox?
45.
45, 41,
Yes.
and Danton and Matti. What do you roll?
94.
33.
Right.
Not bad on Danton's roll.
Okay.
Well, the best one.
Okay, Ruzhenka, you feel like you're fine, though you're a bit, you think it's a bit odd, the situation. Demonox, Ogromny and Alexei, you both have an inkling that there's another thing or party that's watching you, and Danton, who is playing Vitold, you definitely have a feeling that you're being watched. Like, there's another set of eyes upon you.
Is
Alexei-
it coming from a particular direction, or is it just from everywhere?
You feel
Then
it,
they
it's coming around the forest, essentially.
Then they notice
Everywhere.
Astolfo in the bushes.
Alexei's grip on his shovel tightens as she's slowly scanning the area around them.
And then
Yeah, Ogren also sounds like and this like leans to
Don't harm the forest in any way.
yeah,
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 we
not
are not-
alone.
indeed. Someone's watching us.
And they don't like us being here.
Do you know where they are?
and
No.
you see when Sophia basically hears all this, she goes like, "Oh come on now! What game are you playing, you people?"
A Call of Cthulhu game. Why do you ask?
And then she's like, looks exasperated, and just basically, starts, like walking back towards the village, just shouting like, "Okay, just let us out! Let us out! Let us out!"
Well,
I
you
go to
heard about. Well, you heard about "Let Me In." Get ready for "Let Us Out."
That was last year.
I want out! Leave me alone!
All right,
Escape from the dolls.
calm yourself down. That isn't helping our situation any.
Yeah. Given the fact we can't seem to discover anything at the... And Ogren's not feeling that comfortable about having this many eyes watching.
Yes, we've got what we came here for, I think.
Since
Yeah,
we
I'm
cannot,
going to escort the group back out.
since we cannot even tell where we are being watched, so it would be best to return to the village.
Yeah, let's
now.
get out of here.
You guys keep your eyes forward. I'm going to keep our eyes on our 6.
Actually, how is Mavka doing?
Mapka looks very nervous. She's not wagging her tail right now. She's basically looks very like
On edge.
on edge. Like she just keeps looking around. Her ears are twitching.
And I bet is she also basically like doing that sort of like worried, upset sound that dogs do?
Yeah, she's
whining.
she is basically doing that whine like going like.
Well,
That's
there is
not good.
there is one thing we could try. If this thing that attacked Philip,
Oh, I know. Insight check on the dog. It's never not funny.
if this thing that attacked Philip took the blood, would Mavka be able to track it? Alexis is pointing at the small pool there.
Yeah,
But are you willing to stay in this woods?
This is...
Yes.
Yeah.
It's probably best that we get this family out of here.
Exactly.
I was going
this
to
is-
say that at first we should make sure that Tempax get at least home.
We'll
Well,
come back later if we need to.
it's probably not safe for them to be all alone at the farm right now, especially since the dangers in the river.
yeah. So basically, you all basically start to make your way back to the village. Yeah.
Is there any point when we are heading back to the village that we feel like we are no longer being watched?
You do. You basically feel like the uncomfortable sensation leaves you once you get out of the forest and back into the village. So Sophia is basically goes like, well, actually, Yannick basically goes like, "Sweetheart, calm down." So it sounds like he's very worried, and then she cuts him off, basically going like, "Don't you dare tell me I'm crazy! Anyone would be like this in my shoes!" Basically getting the attention of anyone close by in the village. Also, Kuba and Marisha look really scared and worried seeing their mum like this.
I want to have Ogren like crouch down to them and to say it's okay, and try and reassure them.
Yeah, they look up to you like,
I'm crouching,
and-
but it's still because they have to look up.
yeah, they do look up and they basically like just like nod, like they just don't know what to say to all this, and they look really upset about all this is going on. Especially like I said, seeing their mother like this, which is not very normal for them to see.
Should I actually say? I don't actually say something. I'll just stick with the reassure thing. I'm not sure what it'd say.
Yeah, I understand that.
Kuba, Marisha, don't. Alexei also kneels down. Don't worry. Your mother is simply worried about you and your father, since things are a bit scary right now. But we are going to find the scary thing that's a.
By the way,
and
you get cut off at this point because at this moment, all of you begin to feel a burning sensation around the mark upon your bodies.
Oh crap!
Pain shoots through the symbol upon all your flesh. Zofia basically screams like while holding the grass below her as she holds onto the area that's basically causing her pain as well. Yannick's basically holding onto his injured leg a lot more than he usually would, and of course everyone else shows signs of this form as well.
The children do that as well.
The children do as well. They basically are holding their arms. Anyway, I'm trying to think now. The pain appears quickly. So quickly that it's made your visions blur and darken. And the moment you regained it, and the pain was subsiding, you could see the area around you was beginning to go through the same process as you saw in your dreams.
Oh no!
The grass and plant life become withered. The trees lose all their leaves and turn black and thin, sharp. Branches as well. Buildings show signs of damage, completely disappearing or becoming rotten looking. Tar-like substances once again seep into the scenery and form many puddles. Welcome back.
Hey.
So,
Can I use my constitution to stay on my feet?
yeah, why not? Because we haven't used that yet.
Yeah, see, so see if Oglin's collapsed to the ground from this pain, or has he managed to stay upright?
Is
Yeah.
this something we all have to do?
Same here, and
Okay, let's
guess
do it for all of you.
I take my trade works here.
Anything that requires stamina, yeah. I'm trying to think if it would work in this regard, because essentially you're just trying... Actually, yes, it would, because essentially you're trying to push through the pain. That would work, yes.
No pain, no gain.
43.
Let's see, 43. Mati, I'm just trying to look for your number. Right, you should be fine. You're basically able to withstand and basically not fall to the ground.
79, but I have my trait bonus.
Okay, let me take a look
My
at you.
constitution is 70.
Right, yeah, you should be good because you succeeded.
I'm 55.
You are not that old.
Does that happen to Alonso in the village?
A big fan.
You mean Astolfo?
Astolfo, does it
Yes.
happen to...
Alonso! I'm Alonso now, apparently. I changed my name during...
I did say everybody, so
Yes.
everybody in the village, including Astolfo.
So, since my mark is on my big forehead...
Yeah, you feel it in your head like as if someone shot you.
That sucks!
I can feel it. My third eye is opening.
No, wait, no, that's just pain.
So Danton, you succeeded if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 55, I said.
Yeah, so...
Yep.
Okay, so 4 successes, I believe. Unless I...
49.
Okay, good. You stay up.
I've got a nice high constitution, so.
Madhog.
I rolled a 44.
Okay, you just made it. So basically, you're able to not fall down from the pain, and you're just basically just able to keep standing.
Yeah, you see, basically when Vitolt's mark activated, it caused him to drop his rifle and holding his right hand.
Ogrim
Yeah.
puts
Wait,
one hand
is
to his
wait,
chest.
wait. Is Mavka in pain as well?
That's a good question. Is Mavka?
You do see Mavka basically, is on the ground, basically seeming to, like as if she was straining herself, but then she just gets back up.
So she has a mark as well. Where is it?
You can look if you
Yeah,
want.
I'm looking.
Roll perception then.
Yeah, Ogrim just like gripped his chest but managed to stay on his feet.
Alexei moved his, stopped holding his shovel with both hands and just squeezing his right hand into a fist.
It's a 60.
Right. Well, I'm giving you this. I'm going to say you do find it with that number anyway because
I
it's
think
not
you know your dog.
because it's not important, and plus it's you know your dog, so yeah. So basically, you look and you see it's on essentially the back of her neck area.
Nape of the neck.
Yeah. So you do notice it because essentially you couldn't see it before because of all the fur, but because it glowed momentarily, that means you could find it easier.
So it affects animals too. What is this, Mark?
It's then you hear Sophia go like, "No, it can't be. This shouldn't exist. All this was a dream, which can only mean I am still sleeping in bed, and I will wake up safe and sound any moment."
I go to Sophia and slap her.
Okay, wow. I think films and media in general have given us the wrong idea as to how to deal with
Hysterical people.
women having a panic attack.
Yeah, well,
I
this
mean,
is kind of the form of the time period we're in.
Yeah, and
Yes.
Rusalka is kind of a no-nonsense woman herself.
And technically, it does work. The sharp, it can work. It a sharp pain sort of give them shock into their system.
You get that off Mythbusters because I think I remember that being an episode.
No.
So, bolt slap away.
So Sophia looks go
Wait,
like,
hold on. There is an entire line forming behind Sulanka to slap the woman.
Yes,
Hold of
we're
yourself,
airplane.
woman.
You calm now?
Rusalka looks like she goes like
Sophia.
Sophia basically looks to Rusalka like like shocked and goes like, "You are acting like this is normal? That I should be slapped?"
No, but we should stay calm. We should leave this place right now, okay? Everyone?
I try to leave this place. We try to leave this place.
No, I meant this specific spot.
Oh, what's gonna happen to me? Am I gonna get grabbed out from the sky or something?
And then she gets grabbed from the sky and she dies.
Roll perception, everybody.
Oh shit!
Shit. Something is coming.
27.
22.
34.
Ha! 1!
Wow.
Well, I am not around there. Otherwise, I would have probably noticed because I roll a 92. So I have an excuse. I'm somewhere else entirely.
You're concentrating on your fabulous cape.
And
Yeah.
you look up, you see your fancy hat.
Oh, everything is all right with the world.
Right. So I'm gonna basically think. So Madhog, like I'm about to say to you, I was gonna say to you that you do see Sophia and everybody from a distance, because essentially you are stood outside, and so that means you can see them from where you're standing, but you do not see where you do not see whatever's in this that I'm asking for you to see.
It's a nothing.
As for
Question quickly, is the whole everything is decaying around us still happening, or has everything returned to normal?
it is staying put. this.
We're
It's like
we're staying in Rough Town.
it's staying put essentially. So you're basically now standing in the actual world itself. By the way,
Silent Hill.
Yep. We've
Okay.
gone to the other
well,
side.
clearly somebody must have died or is in the process of dying, as it is the
Yeah.
modus operandi here.
Wait.
Okay. Is
Is Astolfo's cart also decaying?
It better not!
the cart is
Rotted.
the cart is not here.
No. They're just plain.
They stole my baby!
Yep. Very right.
Did Astolfo suddenly be in his? Was he in his cart and suddenly just dropped onto the ground because he disappeared?
He said he was outside.
Okay.
I mean,
So it's just like, I go to my dad, but wait, where'd it go? And meanwhile,
Okay,
there's some
let's say-
blood somewhere just riding around going, yeah!
for clarification's sake, let's say I just made it outside of the church at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah. So I'm just got a picture now of a Leshy or of some bloods just like riding and going, yeah!
Yes.
I think for a joint ride.
But we all roll perception, so what do we see?
Yeah.
You see a giant black bird swooping down,
I'm gonna take a swing at it.
bearing its talons to
I'm so swinging at it.
it,
Wow.
and it's,
Okay, okay, listen, we probably all appreciated that particular scene in Pink Floyd's The Wall, but I don't need to relieve it on my skin. Thank you very much.
by the way, like I said,
Goodbye, blue sky.
yes, Danton, you can aim and shoot since you rolled quite well.
I
As-
was one.
I know you did.
I saw it coming a mile off.
You definitely saw it first. That's for sure.
Did everyone else but Astolfo notice this?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone
Astolfo's
get
looking for his
down!
cart.
Alexei shouts as he releases his shovel.
I
And,
pick up my rifle and point at it with a 58.
and Sophia stupidly says, "What?
Yeah, Ogren's gonna grab and push her down.
What?" And
I trying to aim for the bird as well.
Ogren's like a war cry.
and you
Well, even though I didn't notice the bird, I certainly did notice the panic and the rifles being pointed upward. So instinctively, I'm going to hide beneath my carriage.
which is not
Go on.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. Okay,
you
so
don't have the courage.
that's how I find out it's not there anymore. Who stole my baby?
so then basically, once Sophia is out of the way, this bird basically that was trying to grab Sophia basically completely misses and swoops back up as quickly as it came.
So it's getting shot twice and hit with the shovel one time.
And a pickaxe.
I thought you were pushing Sophia out of the way.
I've got two hands.
Shh.
I'm more than big enough to push one little woman down.
Does
Dude,
Rivara
pick one
allow that?
action.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's me. I just knock her down then. I will not take part in combat again.
Well,
Does
at least
that-
not on this turn.
At least not on this turn, yeah. Because that's two actions.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway,
Savings people.
so anyway, as I said, the black bird basically came down, swooped in, and basically quickly went back up into the air and seems to be flying around once again as
So
you take aim.
all our attacks automatically missed.
No, I have not asked for that yet, so I'm going to ask you now to roll to see if you can actually hit this thing.
I already rolled and it was like 58.
Okay,
What do you roll for this?
I guess,
I-
I guess if you are shooting, it's dexterity. If you are melee attacking, it's strength.
I'm basically using a similar system what Danton uses, basically because when there's an enemy, the enemy will also roll D100 and we'll see who wins out, essentially. You know, and then it's depending on the range of the numbers, what's going on here, essentially. So anyway, Danton, sadly you missed.
Yeah.
Okay. The other bullet hit.
Okay, Icy Power, what was your number?
Give me a moment. I got one of my dice got stuck into my box that I'm using as my dice roll, so that they don't constantly fall off the table.
I was looking
It's
corners.
60.
Sadly, you missed as well.
24.
Oof. That was a strength roll. Or a dex roll. Actually, that's a good roll in general.
You actually do hit it, Rusalka, but you graze it. And it basically lets out a...
Inhuman scream.
Yeah, like it... But it seems like it takes flight and just flies around the forest once again. Like,
Hey,
high in the air.
inside!
What?
I
Get
shout,
inside.
Get inside.
Do any of these... Are there any building that looks like it's more in shape than the others?
Well, for me, I'm going to go back inside the church.
Yeah, the church will probably be big enough for all of us to fit in.
I'm gonna tell you this, guys. The church is also not the same building. It is now a much smaller building, and seems to be locked. You see,
Okay.
Ignaku is also out of the building, and he looks like, what the? Like, sucker.
Okay. Everybody, what's the
Hang on a moment. He spoke French then.
Not important right now.
So basically,
So
basically, I'm gonna give you guys this one. So, the biggest places that you could probably hold up in, sort of thing, that look like they still exist in this place, is the dining hall and the Sotus's home.
which
closer.
one of them looks to be more intact?
I say the dining hall.
Everyone to lunchtime.
Quick, everyone to the dining hall.
Yeah, I
Move,
keep
move.
my rifle on them and drag Mavka as well.
Yeah.
I start pushing Janek and his family towards the dining hall, keeping my other eye on the giant bird.
I've helped Sophia up,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay.
But,
You could literally throw her over your shoulder.
I could just carry the bugger.
So, I'm assuming that myself and the priest are the two farther away from the dining hall, from our position.
Yeah. So basically, the priest at this point will have heard the dining hall and will basically make a run for it there.
Okay, well, I'm making a run for it, and just so I can improve my chances of surviving, I'm going to attempt to trip the priest and leave him there.
Oh my god!
Actually, even look at the Discus family home, where we said south of the Discus family home.
Yeah.
Our group's actually further.
Yeah. It is.
The church, you're actually close to the church,
Yeah.
close to the dining hall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
You are
okay.
pretty mu-
Okay. Well, I'm going to trip the priest anyway, just so I can improve my chances of surviving, and run towards the Desco home.
You mean
Dining hall.
dining hall?
Dining hall.
The Desco.
Kikinaku
What
will
did
remember
it-
this.
I said the dining hall was the more safer place.
Okay, listen. You say something, someone else said some other thing. I got confused.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
This is why it happens. These things.
Okay,
Anyway.
well, I'll make it to the dining hall, but I'm going to still trip that priest. I'm adamant about that.
Yeah. Okie dokie. So let's handle this first. So Madhog, you try and trip the priest. What
I'm going
what
to use.
roll do you make?
I'm going to use my cane to do that. If it
Okay,
seems
okay.
like dexterity, I assume.
Yes.
I'm going to roll and see what happens.
Well, the priest gets a 1.
It would be funny, but instead I get a 20.
I mean, if the priest gets one, he wins.
I'm gonna say the priest gets 1, he wins.
You're...
The priest made a 23, essentially.
Oh.
He
Wow.
loses.
Yes. So essentially, yeah, as soon as he gets close by to you, sort of thing, you basically trip him up with your cane, and he's like,
I mean, is Astolfo going to like try make it look like it's accidental, or does he not care?
I'm going to attempt to make it look like an accident, like I am tripping myself.
So basically, he's like, as soon as Ignaku basically gets tripped, he basically goes like, "Jacob," and then he's, face first into the dead dirt of, well, the grey dirt, I should say,
Ah, now we'll go save the priest.
and
I mean, I think the bird is more interested on us.
so yeah. Speaking of which, you all are running towards the dining hall. The big giant black bird would like to talk with you guys.
Oh, good. I was going to invite it for lunch. It's the
Yes.
main course.
I have an axe with its name on it.
Who is it aiming after?
You do not know.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Also, before we go on, as we run past the Deska home, do we see anything in there? Any life signs?
No,
And
no one seems to be there.
has the building itself changed in any meaningful way?
The building looks to essentially have lost the roof, essentially, and part of its walls.
Oh, no
But
wonder
we
we can see inside.
So we can see inside and there's no one there.
You did not see. By the way, I'm just going to let you know, you did not see the twins leave the area at any point, and they're not with you.
Maybe it affected anything outside.
Anyway,
Maybe.
There are no other humans
Oh!
around.
Hold on. Hold on. I just realized. I thought I lost that confrontation with the priest, but I won instead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you won it.
you won.
Okay, yes. No, you see, my mindset was momentarily lost in the other games that we played. So you rolled a 23, so it's a bigger number than I have rolled. Oh no, wait, this is another kind of game that we're playing. I won. Okay, never mind. I'm ahead. I'm ahead in life.
Yeah.
You are.
So yeah, the priest, like I said, is on the ground, and Anyway, birds attacking, and
We are attacking back.
Come for me.
okay. As you are running, Zatavi, the bird misses completely on trying to grab anybody. Roll to see if you can actually hit it.
Okay. That's why I'm taking a swing at it. Even if I've got the woman on my shoulder, I'm taking a swing at it. Giant man swinging. Can I swing the
What?
Can you swing the?
Can I swing? You Soviet weapon. Just
Use
hold on to my
the fire
axe.
as a weapon.
Yeah, just hold on to my
Uh,
pickaxe and I'll swing round with it.
Maybe not.
No, I think I'll stick to the pickaxe. That would be. That was just metal Jimmy. I shall reenact Bob's faithful chair moment.
Ha. 27.
Right.
Okay. I rolled a 9.
Ooh.
I rolled a 13.
Right. Okay. Ruzhanka,
2 and your extremely low
It's
roll.
smash.
Ruzhanka, what do you make?
I guess I'll attack also. I was more focused on.
Optional.
Okay. 2.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, damn our rolls then.
Yeah. Okay. So I roll for the bird creature.
Hey, wait, hold on. Can I put my 2 cents into that? Try to-
In what
Try
way?
to, try to stick the bird with my cane blade.
It's I'm afraid you're too far away to do that.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
Hey, you were
Any-
doing it with the priest.
Yeah. So anyway, so basically, all 4 of you hit this bird.
It
Yo.
was a bad day for the bird.
I get the feeling the bird's still up.
Oh yeah, I posted a lot, but I don't think it's probably smarting.
So basically, your pickaxe basically smacks into its wing, goes through it sort of but yet
Wow.
it's still able to fly. Strangely enough.
There.
Oh, so I guess I found Russian first word.
Okay, how huge is this bird?
Big.
I do not know how to describe this because essentially I was just given a very general description of this bird and it didn't go into specifics.
It's like an albatross, if not bigger.
It's big enough to grab a full-grown human and carry it away, so...
Yeah.
Yes. I will say it looks like a raven if it was 10 times its normal size.
Yeah. It's Ogrun's going, Ziada!
Yeah. And let's see, I know 2 of you are shooting it with guns at least, so that means that you do hit it, but it seems like it acts like as if like while it does feel it, it doesn't fall to the ground, and the shovel, gets a dent from the beak essentially.
That is one tough bird.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We
One
need to get into the house.
good.
Oh no, maybe it's a demon that is not affected by human weapons.
Okay, so here's the good news. The bird seems to be taking a bit longer to make another strike, so basically you're getting much closer to the dining hall than last time.
Well,
It's
probably
wounded.
recovering from putting his wing back on.
Is it bleeding?
You do notice black blood dripping, essentially, onto the ground beneath where it's flying.
We're in the savage jungle again, aren't we?
Yeah. Hey, Sunshine Squad free.
Ah,
How about time, guys?
Persona M references.
Yeah, but at least we've bought more time for everyone to get to the building, though. Even the priest.
Yeah. So speaking of the priest is basically trying to get up sort of thing, and basically goes like, "What you doing?" Ah!
To whom?
To Astolfo.
Hey, what do you think?
Astolfo is running and just looking at the priest behind him and doing the raising his hand as if to say sorry, but he's not stopping.
Right. So with that, the priest gets up and he begins to run as well. So, by the way, you both are converging, essentially.
Yay!
So, and the bird comes back to swoop down once more.
Of course he does.
Good grief.
So, anyway, I'm going to say this now. So basically, while you basically see that Yannick is trying to basically keep the kids from going forwards as much as he can on his leg, only for this big bird to basically grab him and take him up into the sky.
I did everything. I did everything I could to give him the priest, and he chooses the father. Stupid bird.
Get the bird.
Well, now we are trying to hit it to have drop Yannick before it gets too high.
And marksman shoot its legs.
So everyone, you can try and attack for it, to see if you can get Yannick before, the bird completely leaves.
Do you think I can contribute this time?
You can do.
Okay.
I am going to use a point of determination to give myself a boost to this roll.
Okie dokie.
I got a 16, so I'm just going to not bother. I'm going to attack. I will throw a boulder!
40.
40.
I made a 2.
I'll throw a Lexi!
I should attempt to.
You're a 2?
I got 2.
Shoot in the eye, baby.
I should attempt to. Let me think now. I'm going to throw my blade in an attempt to hit the talons of the creature.
Okie dokie. What do you roll for it?
Let's see, I have a dexterity of 50, and I'm going to roll a 40. That I don't like that.
It depends on also the creature's roll, I think.
I think you rolled better than you did.
I'm just basically considering the numbers because based on what the creature's numbers are right now, so I'm just basically thinking about it. So
Brandon had to have hit. He got a 2.
yes. So Danton definitely did hit the bird, that's for sure.
98.
You've missed sadly then.
That's a wild miss.
Right. So as the let me think now. By the way, at this point, you see the priest pulls out his own handgun.
Oh, you pulled the wrong stunt, Madhog. Could have shot you.
And
I'm pretty sure that's not priests are not supposed to carry those.
Yeah.
But carry on.
and he too fires upon the bird alongside you guys. And
The guns. I just lobbed something very heavy at it.
he does hit, but it basically deflects off the beak. So the priest technically, while hits, doesn't actually hit anything of note. Meanwhile, Danton, you hit one of its feet, basically making it flinch, and basically making Yannick basically, hang for dear life, essentially. And let's see now.
What does my 16 do?
What does your 16 do?
Yeah.
I should have started with you first, actually, because you're using a melee weapon.
Yep.
So okay. So basically, you try and hit again for the same wing. Thinking that, hey, if I damage that enough, maybe it will, render it useless.
Or at least lower it a bit.
Yeah. But when you hit, it still is able to fly, but it's not getting as high as altitude as last time.
That's good.
And as for both Icy Pal and Madhog, both of you basically are able to get Yannick free, and
Good.
And
Determination helped.
yes,
Yay.
and
Someone grab him.
Yannick basically falls. While a normal person would be able to take this fall, sort of thing, but because he's only got one good leg, essentially he ends up breaking his other leg.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Dan, I was gonna ask if Ogren could have caught him, but then again, he just did a melee thing, so.
Yeah. So.
Oh well, I'll pick him up.
Okay. You go pick him up.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you all continue to run, and
Yeah, can
Alex,
is Madhog's blade still outside, isn't it?
it is outside, but it's on the ground right now.
I'm going to swoop it as I run towards the dining hall.
Okay.
Okay.
Since Ogrimni now has both parents, Alexei is going to use one of his meaty arms to grab the kids and continue running.
Okay. You do that, and let's see, one more roll, but not for attacking.
I
But for
suppose I
getting into
helped
the house.
Sophie. I helped Sophie to be that.
I've got both of them.
Ogromni has both of the parents was thrown over his shoulders.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
I'm a walking tank. I'm a walking house.
Yeah.
Two
We
human
have-
bears.
We have two big boys.
So, guys, I want you to roll not to attack, but to get into the house.
Running speed.
What do we roll?
Just a D100. It's basically your D100s versus this bird, essentially.
9.
You just
77.
Oof. 12.
right.
The bar?
Okay.
The silence was deafening there.
I
for
was
a
just
second.
basically listening to see if anyone else's rolls.
34.
Right.
24 for Ogrim.
Okay. So Isabel, Alexei is like barreling through the door, sort of thing. That is wide open,
Oh yeah!
and others basically file in. Madhog, you basically just basically like slip right in, right between, but the priest is also coming at the same time, so you're both going like, get
Can I get through before Ogren gets there, or I'm just gonna get knocked out of the way?
Is the dining hall door really that small?
It is for 2 people.
It is for 2 people to walk in. It's big height-wise, but not width-wise.
They are stuck in the. Both of them are stuck in the doorway. Then Alexei comes from the behind and shoulder tackles them inside.
No, you're already inside. It's
They've got Ogren coming.
there.
They've got
So,
Ogren coming behind them.
Ogren is coming in, and basically so Astolfo and Ignaku basically get in at the last second when Ogromny basically comes right in, basically shoulder first.
They were going in with the giant.
So okay, so
Okay.
you know in that episode of The Simpsons where everybody has to get inside the cabin,
Yeah.
otherwise they get fired. Yes, it's that.
Yeah.
Time seems to slow down as they look behind them and see this massive mass of muscle just barreling towards them.
Yeah. So anyway, Danton, you and Mavka basically just get in safely. No shenanigans with you.
Okay,
What?
so I missed.
Yeah.
Well,
Mati,
they got in, the Matty goes
Aye,
right. Got a low roll
aye,
then.
yeah.
Mati,
Aye.
you're at the door. The bird just grabs your shoulder and is trying to take you.
Oh
What?
no.
You go nowhere!
Grab
I-
onto her.
So I'm grabbing and pulling.
Yeah,
Okay.
same here.
I have my pistol still in my hand, so I just try to yank the, what was it? The bayonet at with throat.
Okie dokie.
Flash
So,
the bayonet.
I'm going to tell you this, since you can now see it up close and personal now.
Get
This,
it, human!
this bird, let me just look to...
You have a picture?
It is a giant raven. It has no eyes. And
Oh,
its beak looks more elongated than most ravens you've seen. Like, it looks like as if like it's an ice pick, essentially.
Ah.
I guess we found.
I think we just found who killed. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we just found who killed Philip.
And,
Wait, how do you explain the spider webs?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
so... Yeah, basically... Also, keep in mind, the trees are, it has to attack in an open area because it's such a large bird,
Okay,
essentially.
he didn't get Philip, but it's definitely something from this realm anyway.
Yeah. So basically, I want you all to roll essentially to see how well you do against it.
I'm pulling.
Yes,
Does hard labor work pay off?
I'm fought it.
it does. It does pay off.
I'm gonna say I'm pulling, so that means I get just a little elbow grease.
so you
Okay,
say
okay.
we can use determination points to kind of get a better roll?
Yes, you can use a determination point to give yourself an increased roll, essentially. Well, an increased buff to a roll that you want to make.
Or
How
you
much
can
does
use,
it
or you can
increase?
you can use it to reroll.
Okay, well, I'm using a determination points to reroll my attack.
Okay, okay.
Don't need to use anything.
Also, Devar, I rolled
58
13.
again.
Aww.
Ah,
Okay, okay. So Astolfo, you're not joining on this pulling spree?
Well, I'm going to attempt to wrestle the pistol from the priestess hand and shoot at the bird.
Okay.
Yes, I'm doing that. I decided to just be a douche nozzle to this gun-wielding priest.
Yeah. So when you're wrestling with this gun with the priest, the priest goes like, "What are you doing? You fuel!"
You, you fuel? You fuel?
fuel.
Antoine Depardieu? Is that you? You fuel?
in case it's necessarily needed, because it's going to take Madhog a while to actually get a gun off the priest. Right, that's right. I rolled a 26.
Right.
So I put away, even with my I rolled this with my just little elbow grease. Even a 70 would have been pretty good.
I mean,
But-
I also have hard labor work pays off, and I rolled a
Oh, yeah.
13.
Okay.
So this
So,
bird
This bird is coming in the house with us. We'll drag
Yeah,
this
I
food with
also-
us.
I also rolled
yeah.
I also rolled a 39 on the whole grabbing the pistol and shooting at the bird. If it counts as a
There's two actions.
I'm sorry, you're not gonna like it, but the priest basically rolled a 4 against you.
He
Okay,
sumo
well-
throws you all
well,
across the floor.
Okay,
No,
well,
he doesn't.
okay, fair enough. In that case, I yell to him. Well, don't you just stand there, shoot at it. You have a gun.
Don't tell me how to do my job. He says.
Yeah.
what?
What kind of priest? What kind of priest-related job requires you to have a gun? Now shoot at the goddamn bird.
And he doesn't listen to you as he shoots for the bird.
Good.
And
That's
anyway.
what I wanted.
Anyway, Marty, your bayonet actually does hit straight under its chin, right where the beak is, and it basically makes that,
Such bird.
which basically makes it that you could grab Rusalka away from the talons of the bird, and then the bird is outside, and you see that the priest just rushes over to the door and shuts it, and you hear a loud thud, goof, and you hear it knocking like goof, goof, goof. And it seems to be there for a while until it decides to leave, it seems.
Yeah, I can imagine just all barricading the door with our bodies pretty much.
So you just want Ogren to stand against the door then?
Ogrin and Alexei holding down the fort.
Yeah.
We are the door.
We
I,
are
s-
the wall.
I smell the blood on the bayonet. What does it smell like?
It smells like... let's see, how would I describe this?
Oil? Sulfur.
It smells... I would say it smells a mixture of rot and sulfur. Like it's like it burns,
Ugh.
like it singes the nose hairs, essentially. You know, and it seems to smell vile in that same way as well.
So Astolfo says, "Say, may I get it? May I take a look at that?"
Yeah. You know, against the door on that one is... You seem like...
Okay,
Like,
well,
yes,
I
what
mean,
mir. It's gebracht,
Okay.
die Westen.
okay, well, I meant once this is all over. Not right now. You're obviously blocking the door.
Anyway, everyone, I
No,
want
that's
you
good,
to,
that.
I want you to first roll sanity checks.
Yeah,
I was,
that's right. He's gonna-
yeah, I was
What are you
waiting for
doing
that.
51.
10.
Wow.
15.
Yeah, I failed. 73.
17.
Right. Okay, so essentially all of you have offset the damage of your sanity to this against this thing. So let me actually
Even Demonox had failed?
I failed.
no, you know that wait, you failed? Oh wow, okay.
I only have a willpower of 50.
Right, okay. I did not
I mean, I
Look
can
at-
use a point of determination. I can got 2 spare.
I mean if you really want to, but you have to
Remember that we still have 2 more sessions to go.
But I don't know if losing sanity is going to... If that's going to start doing detriments.
Okay, so everyone who passed the sanity checks, you're taking 15 damage to that.
Ooh.
Bloody hell.
Ouch.
Well, I'm in
Let's
a rough day.
let's put it this way: you're in a very
What the fuck moment?
a very harsh scenario, essentially.
Yes, I gather.
Demonox,
Acceptable.
I hate to say this, but you basically took 30 to your sanity.
Okay, so... And if I use a point of determination, will that just make it 15?
You can do that, yes, because you can offset the damage with determination to basically make it 15 with the rest of them.
You'd only have one then, though. For
Yeah, but
2
suppose-
sessions.
I know, but so... Time I've used it so far.
Well,
But
Uh,
what
that's
happens if I take the 30 damage?
Let me take a look. See,
I like to know my options.
let's see. You
Don't
haven't,
give me
took- you,
insanity if it-
you haven't took any sanity damage throughout the session, have you?
Not this session, no.
Okie dokie.
This will be the first bit of sanity damage I've taken
Okie
for
dokie.
this session.
So let's put it this way: you'd be at 59 sanity.
Yep.
That would mean then you would feel the first effects of sanity. Of sanity break.
Would that affect my ability to do stuff?
No, it's essentially just a warning. Essentially, this time.
Okay, I'll take the hit then. I just don't want it to you take -10 to strength checks.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
like that. I don't want it to only handicap the crew.
you're now the lowest of the party. Then you have 59. So you start to hear noises of gunfire and distant explosions, along with sounds of screams, and they seem to get quieter. You know, like as if
grit his teeth like it's no, I left that. No, not happening.
You okay, big guy?
You don't hear them?
Hear what? Just the bird at the damn door?
Flames, explosions. Left it behind. Will not go back there.
I don't hear anything.
Me neither.
He's sweating.
yeah. So yeah, that's a thing you all have done to you.
Yay!
I guess we have.
Does any of you want to roll folklore for what you want to have a name to this creature?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Sure. Why
Can I have
not?
a birdie?
Yeah, let's.
That
All
seems like fun.
education.
Roll
what it has-
education.
And
No,
what
I'm
it
not
has
even
to do
gonna bother.
with, and what it has to do with spiders or silk.
19.
Better than me, 28.
65, I don't know shit.
Okay,
Education 52.
right then. Okay. So, people who... Okay, so I think if I heard correctly, 3 of you succeeded in your rolls of education.
Yeah, 28.
28, you're the highest.
52 because I have 18.
No,
education.
actually 19. 19.
Ah, yes, you're
That's
the
the highest.
Right, gotcha. So that means you're at the same level as what Danton would know then about this bird.
The JoJo characters failed.
So in English, this creature is called the Night Raven. But its name is Nachtklap.
No,
I'm sorry, did you just say night trap?
No,
no.
Nachtklap.
I know, I am being facetious because I want you to repeat this word as many times as you can.
Other than the fact that it's able to fly around with no eyes, because essentially, what I mean by the fact it has no eyes, it means it has no eye sockets at all. It basically looks like it's as if it's just flesh there still.
So it senses movement?
It senses
assume?
movement, yes, but it is also very well known for catching, maiming, and devouring its prey. Usually children.
Again, with these children.
Yeah.
Well, that's common in folklore creatures.
I'm
Yeah,
aware.
Folklore creatures are a bunch of cowards who attack the weakest.
Well,
Yeah.
to be fair, he was the slowest.
Yeah. So yeah, you basically see Ignaku basically look to Astolfo going like, "What do you think you're doing out there?"
Nothing. I was just running for my life.
Oh yeah, you took me up, and then suddenly you're trying to take my gun.
Well,
So, you're
well,
French.
yes, that raises a good question, doesn't it? What is a French priest doing with a gun? And why are you French? And why were you keeping it hidden? Now that's definitely worth the deflection.
Yeah, he the priest. Everyone just kind of looks surprised and like shocked. Everyone's like this varied levels of shaking, scared.
Is there something in the dining hall that I could use to wipe the blood from my bayonet?
Hold on, let me help you with that. I'm going to retrieve a tablecloth and clean it up for him.
Yeah, there is a.
What is exactly right now in here in this dining hall?
Tables that look like they've seen better days. They look rickety, and like something has been eating at the wood. See, there's ragged tablecloths,
Oh,
food, rotten food in the back. See,
okay, I'm going to take the tablecloth, aforementioned ragged tablecloth, and clean up the blood.
you do that.
There are like 10 demons in the corner.
By the way, I'm going to just casually mention to everybody that I happened across that body, and I'm going to describe the whole scene. Apparently, the priest is also an expert body cutter, which is unusual for a priest. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, interesting indeed, Ignaku.
If
That's
that's
even
your
a
real
real
name.
name.
Okay. You wanted to say it? Oh, no, please go ahead. No, I insist, my good friend. Okay, let's say it together then. On my 3. 1, 2, 3. That's interesting. Could have gone better.
Yeah, could have gone better, yeah.
Such.
It's kind of hard to basically over Skype call, Discord.
Yeah.
So, what does Mr. Priest have to say about all this?
So another thing I will tell you is around in this kitchen as well appears to be skulls and other skeletal remains here and there, littering the way.
Lovely.
Oh,
Is there-
did you forget to mention that? I think you buried the lead a little bit.
Another sanity check.
No, not another sanity check. You're already dealing with one, essentially.
Okay,
Are there
if
more?
If
or
this
le-
were Ross Perry's campaign, he would have had us do several sanity checks.
I think the stress of the big giant bird is more pressing than a couple of dead skeletons.
That depends. Does anybody have a phobia of skeletons?
I think at
Spooky,
least-
scary
I think-
skeletons?
Not right now.
I'm starting to think that at least most of the PCs here have a lot of experience with dead bodies.
Yeah.
Also, the amount of skeletons here, is it more or less than the people in the village, discounting the Philip and of course us, who are right now in here?
In this room, there's more of you than there are the skeleton remains.
Also, is there another door to the cook's living quarters here?
There is, but it appears to be closed. While where the place where the kitchen is seems to be caved in.
Caved in?
Yes.
In this realm, the place is caved in.
Yes, it's like the big pile of wood basically covers the doorway there.
So is there a hole in the roof?
Only a little one, but not big enough for the bird to get in. It has to really try really hard to be able to get in, I think.
As we are waiting for the priest to answer, Alexei is going to peek out of one of the windows to see what's the situation outside.
So first things first, the Father Ignaku basically goes like, I am from the French government. I am Alphonse Dumont.
Alphonse Dumont.
I point my gun at him.
Oh, really now? Do you think this is the time for such frivolous actions, my friend?
I don't
Mon
know.
ami.
Depends if you give me a reason to.
Please, if I wanted a reason, I would have not done anything to help your friend there, points to Yannick.
Yeah, about does any? Oh, Janek is there with now both of his legs broken.
Yeah, Yannick is like going.
Is there anyone here with any kind of medical training?
I can do that. Alphonse says.
Okay, I was
But-
going to offer myself
Thank you.
voluntary, but I swapped back.
You,
I-
he points to Astolfo. You will help. You will assist me in this matter.
Good.
Oh,
Keep an eye on Mr. Stolfer.
I most certainly will, for I am very trustworthy.
Listen to yourself, Vitold. You think I have any? You think I would have any reason to betray you or even do anything under the circumstances?
Well, apparently you must have had a really good reason to pretend not to be French, and also not to be a secret agent, and also pretend to be a priest, so forgive us if we find ourselves a bit short on the, how you say, trusting side of things.
Okay. Well, wait. We want to say something, Matty.
I mean, do you actually know what is going on, or are you just victim of circumstances?
Look, I'll just tell you what I know, and that is that I came here to investigate to make sure that the communist that communism does not get a foothold in this country of Poland.
Ah, here we go. And I was waiting for that, and here we are.
Aha.
Yeah.
Cool.
How about
Okay.
you just help Yannick?
Oh, come on, we're on the same side here at this point. I think we should be a bit more trustworthy. And Yannick goes like, "Will somebody please fix my legs?"
You heard the man. Fix his leg.
Jeez, okay, just calm yourself. You only have 2 legs broken. It's not
Oh,
like you don't have any arms anymore.
Yeah. So, Icipal, as you're looking outside, you do see the bird seems to be flying around, but seems to be further away. But you do see something very odd, though. You see a woman standing outside, quite a ways from the building. She looks,
Why?
she kind of gives a very refined laugh, like,
That's not creepy.
and before you all, you see, if you take a look out the window, you see what looks like said woman is wearing a heavy amount of makeup that makes her look white as a ghost,
Oh
with
god,
with a white beehive-like wig over her head.
hold on. Hold on. Was the bird from earlier this bird also?
Nope, it's a different one. You can still see the bird in the sky flying around. It seems to be ignoring her presence for some reason.
Does she look familiar in any way?
No. Anyway, you see that her piercing gaze peers over her red fan that covers her face, and she appears to be wearing a very big dress, the kind you see noble ladies wear from Victorian eras. Fancy gold patterns, loud, incredibly immaculate.
It's Lady Dimitrescu.
The only thing that appears most weird about her, other than the state of her dress, is her eyes. From where you're standing, you can see her pupils are white with black irises.
What?
Liat.
And she says, "How divine. I do hope you'll do us the honor of entertaining us with your presence. That is, if you don't die in this barren world." And she begins to walk backwards and turns and goes behind a building.
Alexei is going to shout after her. Who are you? Where are we?
What are you talking? Who you're talking to?
Yeah, does she answer?
You kind of hear the echoes of her laughter, and just says, let me think if she would say anything at this point.
Not serious wise.
You're in his realm now.
Okay.
Who's he?
And then silence.
Who are you talking to?
Did anyone else hear her talking?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I was assuming there's the only Icy Powers hearing that.
No, I said all of you could hear it and see it
Okay.
if you look out the window.
Well, I wasn't looking out the window. I was basically just,
I think
keep an
I
eye
was
on
the
Alphonse.
I'll Adam, Ogrim.
Wow.
I'm sorry. What did you say about Ogrimini?
I'll let him look out the window.
Yes, you did. So basically, you're saying you looked out the window to see what it was?
2 Russians look out the window.
2 Russians. Okay, I think with that, we'll end it there. On that bit of, well, something. So
So there's no coming back to reality, huh?
We don't know.
you do not know yet.
We hope we do.
I'm
I'm
starting to think
thinking
that...
of
Sorry, carry on.
one way.
Big man.
What?
Yeah, I was thinking of one way how we can get into reality, but I need to first figure out if my character is able to figure that out.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Piotr disappeared into this world.
That could be a possibility.
Well, we have a lot of things to figure out when the next session comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. What any questions, comments about the session then, as per usual?
Didn't
We managed-
go anywhere I expected.
No,
It was fun. It was
We
fun.
stopped.
Yeah.
We managed to stop anyone from dying this time.
Surprisingly.
In spite of all my efforts to kill the priest, he survived.
Oh yes, the total real priest.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm calling him a priest because
Simplicity's sake.
no, because I hate him.
well, at the time you knew he was not a priest, so...
I mean, he could be actual priest. Maybe.
No,
I
no.
doubt.
And
I
he's a
doubt
government
this.
official.
No, he's an anti-communist secret agent and whatnot.
I have to ask, did Ignacio exist as a character before or after I told you both of my character ideas? Devar?
He was before. I actually had him slated as part of the village way before anyone sent me their characters.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I basically had all these characters set up basically because I needed to decide what would make sense for a starting village to have and what extras would be interesting to have. And
Listen, the moment you said you fuel, just instantly, I had a flashback about
Yeah, to
Antoine
Antoine.
Depardieu, but specifically about my Tales fanfiction. You were there, Devar.
Yeah, what tipped me off was when he said "Mon Dieu."
Mon
Yeah,
Dieu.
that was pretty much the indicator. But speaking of Tales Saga, I've the way the accent you use for Astolfo, the way you talk as him, I've been thinking, why the fuck does he sound so familiar? And this session, it hit me. He has the voice of your voice of Fang the Sniper.
No. My
Yes.
voice of Fang is more like this. This is more like imagine your stereotypical used car salesman by way of an Italian accent, and also very very pompous, very arrogant. He talks a bit like this, you see.
Exactly the same, you mean?
No, it's different.
They sound the same, but anyway.
Although, since I have to keep up this voice for approximately 4 hours a session, it wouldn't surprise me if my voice slips into more familiar territory by accident.
Yeah, don't worry. I have that feeling about my accent as well. It keeps going in and out. I feel my accent.
I have
Yeah,
no
but-
idea how well I'm doing my Russian accent.
I haven't even properly decided an accent.
You were doing a Russian accent all this time? I thought you were just speaking in your normal accent.
I just try to sound like a woman.
I mean, we don't. To be fair, we don't even know what nationality Rusenka is supposed to be.
Rusenka is Czech.
Ah,
All right.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
we have one Czech, 2 Russians, one
hold on.
Italian,
hold
and,
on a minute.
maybe one Polish.
Hold on a minute. It's 1921, so you were not Czech, you were Czechoslovakian, I believe.
Yeah, but ethnicity is Czech.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
yeah. So
I'm guessing Witold is maybe actually Polish. Or do you want to keep that a secret, Danton?
I'll let that sink in, because Vitold is a Polish name.
But it's a real name.
Yes.
Huh? Ah, okay.
Sure, let's go with that.
All right.
so yeah.
As far as we know.
So anything else you guys want to say, or did you enjoy the session?
I
That's
do.
definitely interesting.
It's
fine.
yes, it's
Yeah, this was the shit actually hits the fan session.
Yeah.
well.
We have a lot of education roles to do next session to try to figure out this place. Where are we? Who's he? How can we get out?
That's just life, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We
our life.
Sometimes we just have what we call in where I come from as paskasäkä.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
It's
Shit
just
luck,
All right.
basically.
Why use one word when you could use 100 syllables?
We use one word. Paskasäkä is one word.
What? Let's see. One. Many syllables.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, I think we'll call it an end here because it is getting late. And
It is late and my brain is mush. I cannot put together a
Yeah, mine
coherent
too.
sentence anymore.
Yeah. So sorry about that again, and we'll see what happens next session.
Yes. Well, fine.
So-
Hopefully, we'll either get out or get closer to taking out whatever the hell's in here. We need to find a way to actually take out, take a creature out.
I don't think they're going to be take-outable unless...
Take out the ball. Yes.
Yeah, I can't basically speak well right now. Give me a
Okay,
break.
no, but I like take out the ball, as in let's take them out to dinner.
mean-
Let's see where we go from there.
I mean, the bird is tough, but we have wounded it, so it stands to reason that we could kill it, but...
If
Or at the
it
very
doesn't,
least, pin the bugger.
regenerate.
Well, at the very least, we need to figure out a way to actually pin the bugger and keep it out of the air.
Yeah,
There's
right.
no
if it
point.
doesn't have,
Okay,
like,
we
super
can
strength or
discuss strategy next time, maybe, and now we can just let it snow.
Yeah.
Let it snow on our bed because I'm sleepy and I don't know where I was going with that.
Good night and take care, everybody. And good
Good
morning.
night.
Good morning.
everybody.
Morning.
Happy horror or something.